to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the blue. Great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to another week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and we have another action-packed week of games for you. But keep in mind, this is the last week of play here. This is the final week until we have our 16 teams participating in our finals. And from there, top 8 go into the European Regional Championship. Also, social media, hit us up, guys. Let us know who you think's going to win, who's going to do well here in this week, maybe who you think won't do well. Maybe you want to talk about who Maxman's going to curse. Maybe you want to talk about the Kalar's blessing and how he always seems to be right. Doesn't matter. Make it PUBG Mobile related. Hit us up over on socials and let us know what you think. But gentlemen, I kind of introduced them a little bit here, but the Max curse, the Kalar's blessing. But it's always a blessing to have both them here with me on the show. Maxman, Kalar's, how are you guys doing, man? We got a final week left to go. Let's bring them in, because I don't want them off the screen anymore. We're going to skip Max because he's looking a little bit creepy. Okay. But Kalar's, how are you doing?
He always looks creepy. I don't know how he does it.
We've French. What do you mean?
That's right. Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing very good. Happy to be in this final week here to figure out who's going to be moving on through. Of course, we have our big standouts that are looking poised and ready to go. Looking for those extra chicken dinners in that super weekend later on. But yeah, for some teams down towards the bottom, it's going to be tense. It's going to be tense.
I do have to ask really quickly, Max. How does being French mean you're allowed to look creepy, or how?
I don't know. It just came out like that. I don't know. I am creepy, to be honest. So I don't know. It's maybe a thing based on that. I don't know. It's who I am. Just move on.
For any aspiring commentators out there, you never want to admit that you are creepy, or just people in general. You never want to admit that. It's okay, Max. We're glad to have you back, man. It's always a pleasure. So if you guys missed out on what all happened last Super Weekend, let's take a look at our overall standings, or even maybe talk about Monster Energy, official energy drink provider here. And we're going to do it all at once. We're going to do that as well.
Yeah!
All right, Game Lord, at the end of it all, terrible week. Very disappointing. They did not score as many points in week 2 as week 1, albeit 2. But 206 in week 1, 204 in week 2. They still are our top earner each week now, so far in these 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse. Them doing 1 damage less in week 1 compared to week 2, or them having 2 less points in week 2 than day 1. I don't know. I think two horrible weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, salt in the wound. Salt in the wound, I think is fair to say. No, they look ridiculous, I think is fair to say here for Game Lord so far, and unless anybody can pose a decent threat to them, they are going to be the champions at the end of the day. I mean, yes, everything resets, anything could happen in that final, but has any other team impressed quite like they have, Jason? I don't think so.
I would mostly agree. I think if we only looked at week 2 in itself without week 1, I would actually give you a couple of teams out there that I thought did pretty well.
That's
for instance, Unicorns of Love. I mean, they were 30 points behind. Even Penta, actually, they finished 3rd at 163 points in that week. Like for Penta, for the team who was basically last place in the first 2 days of our first Super Weekend, for them to show up like that shows a major turnaround within their team. But I definitely would agree with you. Like Game Lord, the ultimate team here for Western Europe, the most dominating team, and it is hard to say any team's going to overthrow them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the team to beat. Luckily enough for all the teams, right, you're going to have that reset going into the league final. So there's a chance for your Eastern Stars, your Unicorns of Love, your Team Bigs to catch up. But also a few of our new contenders I would also say on this first page, right? We talked quite a bit about them, actually. Clear Vision Esports, which is, I would call the big surprise of this season in terms of where they currently stand. Top 5 but teams like Giants Gaming, TJB that have this PMPL Western Europe experience, right? Able to stand really strong here and still without a chicken dinner, 0 chicken dinners. The only team without a win actually on this top page is very impressive, and they've been extremely consistent to getting themselves to that late game, but it seems like they do stumble a little bit to cross that finish line. So we'll see if they can try and do so this week.
And FTY is alongside them, I feel, as well. Really, really close. These two teams, very impressed, considering, yeah, that they're amongst the Giants right now, as Giants is just like looming behind them just a few points here. TJB, I still kind of expected them to be kind of like maybe top 3, top 4, but we'll see what happens in the final, because I feel like they have been gaining traction as the tournament has been going on.
They're just gonna pull a Nova on us, where they just go, in a league play, they don't play as well, maybe not qualify for a super weekend, and they go into the finals and win PMGC twice. I don't know, maybe it is a possibility. We did see glimpses, like we got to see GK first pop off in a match, but other than like that one game that stands out to me, yeah, this still hasn't really been that team. And I almost want to say now, like maybe after today, I would be not afraid to call it to say, yeah, this is just the new team. They don't have the same power that they used to, or they're not playing, or they haven't risen in skill since the last PMPLs. If anything, maybe even fallen down relative to other teams. But let's hop into the second page, though, right? There's more teams than just this. Obviously, these are the 16 teams who would be going to the finals if we did not have another super weekend. And for Romanian Boys, actually able to get through in top 16 in their first super weekend. Vamos right behind them, both 71 points. But nice to see that there's some fire under RESQ and potentially under Shockwave if they don't qualify. Or definitely under Shockwave if they don't qualify.
But I'm actually a little bit more impressed with what Romanian Boys have been able to pull off at the end of this last super weekend. They've been playing edge a little bit more, and they've been able to capitalize on eliminations quite a bit more than they usually did because of that position. So I think there's a little bit of an improvement on that end. There's nothing absolutely insane, there's nothing mind-blowing what we've seen from the teams on the first page, right? But there's a chance that's going to be enough for them to remain in that top 16. Of course, before we know that, they need to make it through in the third super weekend, but I think that there was a little bit of an improvement. So I want to see that hopefully come back in this league play for them to qualify.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, realistically, Kalaris, looking at the standings we have here, what place do you say would be safe? For me, I'd say 12th place at the moment. 160 points. I don't see Romanian Boys getting 90 points in a super weekend, considering how they performed last week.
Well, for me, if we see a similar performance to week 2, I sort of feel like SWAT 69 next team could potentially be safe. That's kind of ridiculous to say, considering.
Really? Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, unless 4 Romanian Boys or Vamos, somebody here, is able to kind of have a bit of a step up relative to what we've seen from them, I would say all tournament here. It only requires that little bit, just a little bit extra, just a little bit, then 13th and 14th could be safe. But that is not to say that they are 100% safe, as you're saying here, Jason.
Yeah, and obviously the hope for all of us and the viewers out there is that this final super weekend will be very exciting. So we kind of want to hope that some of these teams towards the bottom don't qualify, just so there's that added pressure of teams gunning for them and chasing them down like RESQ had to deal with last week. But it's really cool to see, though. We have seen some movement. Again, RESQ, Vamos, Romanian Boys, I think that's, and even Shockwave, 4 teams that we're definitely going to be looking at when it comes to this league play, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a real interesting one this week to see who's going to be able to hold on to their position. Of course, you also got to keep in mind, I don't think it's going to really change too much. There's 5 threats and Team Doom that have yet to qualify to a super weekend. And Imperium did say, and it has happened, so there's a chance it could happen, even though I doubt it will, that they go into the super weekend and they have an absolutely insane bang of a super weekend and they do barely make it into the top 16, right? There's still that lingering threat in the background for, your RESQ, your Vamos, Romanian Boys, Shockwave, they overtake it, but from what we've seen from them so far, I don't expect it, but I'm here to be surprised. You never know at the end.
You know what, Max? I'll get your back here, right?
Yeah.
5 threats. They have 30 points in the first week, or sorry, in the second week of league play. First week, 5 threats. They had 13, so 43 points they had across 16 matches. That's not gonna be enough to qualify, and you had an extra match. I mean, obviously, looking week to week, things can change, but I would definitely agree with you. The numbers do not support the theory that these teams, if they do qualify the super weekend, will have that power to be able to surpass some of these other teams. I mean, I still hope for it, don't get me wrong, but realistically, we find it very hard to do so. But looking at the bottom of the table, right, we saw 2 teams in kind of joint 16th place. The Romanian Boys are going to have it because they have more placements. What about a head-to-head between these 2 teams when it comes to stats? How did each of them perform in the super weekend? And maybe that can help us give some sort of context to the actual point difference between the 2 teams. I feel like Vamos had maybe like a couple of good matches. I think 4 Romanian Boys felt on average better, but looking at the numbers, it's actually favoring Vamos quite a bit. I mean, eliminations, right? So they have, 8 more points in eliminations, which means 4 Romanian Boys have more points when it comes to placements. But we've always kind of weighted towards eliminations a little bit more heavily, right? In terms of that generally will be a better team.
Yeah, it's actually pretty surprising because I really thought for Romanian Boys, when you would compare these stats, I really thought for Romanian Boys would be the most aggressive team out of the two. But it's actually really good to see from Vamos. I think I had two players that I mentioned quite a few times that I was really happy to see the step off of eventually. It was Lawrence and Florian, I believe. But Prada, respect to Prada in particular, he's really helped the team step up big time when it comes to their Super Weekend ranking, able to get those 32 eliminations throughout this Super Weekend. So in general, I think Vamos have been able to improve significantly from what we saw on a week-to-week basis, right? Compared to Romanian Boys, which still have that up and down tendency. KMA is still doing a lot for the team. And I think the Romanian Boys in particular need to step up their aggressive game because I mean, we saw it many times, right, Jason? 1 point and the tiebreaker, that could ruin your chances of making it in the Super Weekend, ruin your chances to make it into the league finals. So eliminations are very important here.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the damage out of Romanian Boys. I actually think Keme did about 7,000 of that 7,700 damage himself, to be honest. But Cars, what's your thoughts on this matchup between the two?
Yeah, I think that, well, the strengths at which Vamos kind of exude are kind of even though they've actually trumped for Romanian Boys in terms of the eliminations, I still think placements is probably where Vamos should be aiming for right now. If you want to get yourself into that top 16, if you want to push yourself into that final down the line. We saw over kind of on Everest side when they were able to get the victory that they did. Again, they were playing patient. They were playing kind of concise and position-wise in a strength position compared to the rest of the lobby. You don't need to go out and actually go all guns blazing if you've got a strong position quite like that, and you can exert kind of that pressure on the rest of the lobby just by not even getting eliminations, just by holding them in kind of uncomfortable positions. So I would like to see more of that from Vamos here if they're able to find those strength spots.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fair. I think one of the big things that stands out to me is kind of what we've alluded to, is that Romanian Boys have that like one player who's doing really well, but Vamos, it seems to be like they do have the potential for like 2, maybe 3 players to be able to step up and be the rock that the team needs. But moving on from them, there's some other obviously we need to discuss here. Obviously, one of them is going to have to be RESQ. The fact that they didn't qualify in the second Super Weekend, they've been knocked out of top 16. I mean, we can even kind of remember the stats we just looked at here with Vamos up against Romanian Boys. Maybe take that into account when we look at the stats from RESQ in our first Super Weekend and get an idea. We had what, 7,700 damage coming from Romanian Boys. We had over 8,000 for Vamos. I'm curious where RESQ is going to be. Obviously, the numbers will be lower, but I'm hoping that we can see that team you talked about, Max, at the very first day of the show, or at the end of the very first day of the show, about this team that does have the potential. And to be fair, I feel like they do have the potential, but something isn't right within the team at the moment.
Yeah, and clearly the ticket to the league finals right now for some of these bottom teams just to make into that third Super Weekend, right, and just get a decent amount of points, and they should make it technically. That's the objective. But I have to agree, after what I saw from the team in the qualifier, I expected way better things from them, and they've just not been able to perform on that level. Also, this is a new lobby for them, right? They don't have this type of experience in this type of lobby. So maybe this is just their first season, and like, okay, it's going to be a little bit of a hard time. Go back to the drawing board. Next season, going to be way better. But unfortunately, after the qualifier, they did fall off a bit, yeah.
I think it's such a weird situation to be in, because we've had 18 teams qualify in Super Weekend so far, which means 2 teams haven't. And to be one of those like 2 teams who doesn't make it into the finals when you already played a Super Weekend is really rough. I mean, obviously, if you think long term, you should be thinking long term. This is like a project, but the thing is, fair to them, we haven't really seen like RESQ in their roster, I feel like, that much in prior PMPL. So this is a massive learning experience for them.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about their day one, right? Like what they actually brought to the table on that very first day, where Max was like, "This is my team." Okay, so they were,
I do remember that.
That's exactly what he said. Yeah, 5 eliminations, 5th place, 7 eliminations, 3rd place, then a break game because obviously groups have to take a break off. 9 eliminations, 4th place, 2 eliminations, 4th place. What a start this team had to the tournament. So they've shown that they can do it, but since then, man, you talk about a fall off. Where have they been? Obviously, they didn't get to the Super Weekends, and that's why they were during that. But realistically speaking, there is the chops on this team. They do have the potential to be able to go out and hang with this lobby, but we haven't quite had it
Especially Blood, right? Especially Blood, because they do have some individual players that can pop off from time to time. And I think Blood was the big standout player that was like, okay, he can maybe carry the team in a similar way to what we saw from Romanian Boys, where Kimi is really helping the team qualify to the Super Weekend and bring those points in. But as you said, we haven't seen them. They fell off big time right now, and this is their time to step up again. If they don't make it, I mean, they're instantly going to be out if they don't make it in Super Weekend 3. They need to have a good 2 days here. Otherwise, it's game over.
I'm gonna help Max out. I think they're gonna make it this week. All right, Max? I think they're gonna make it.
Okay. I mean, League Play Week 1, they had 59 points. Super Weekend, they had 55 points. Then League Play Week 2, they had 19 points. It seems to be a downward trend, a downward spiral. I think spiral's maybe a little bit too harsh, but you know what? I do hope to see some competition, though. I want to see them do what other teams did, like, for instance, for Romanian Boys and Vamos. Have that week off. Really focus on what's going wrong, try to fix those mistakes, watch other teams a little bit more, and come back into the league play even stronger. But when talking about teams getting even stronger, unfortunately, one team we can't really talk about is unfortunately super young roster. I mean, this team week 1 in league play, they were phenomenal. They were super high up in league play. Yeah, their first place, 113 points in 8 matches. Then they go to the Super Weekend, 100 points. Then we go into week 2 league play for them. And if I can read correctly, I can read eventually 60 points. And then the Super Weekend, they were bottom of the table at 60 points. They've had a downward trend as well, unfortunately. But let's take a look, though, at their stats comparing the Super Weekends between each other. But the weird thing for me is, for them only getting 60 points in Super Weekend 2, 39 of those coming from eliminations, that means their placements were garbage. But that is still like an insane amount of eliminations to have for only 60 points in total.
I can only agree, unfortunately, with what we've seen from super young roster. This is a team that started off with a very big amount of hype after that first league play, right? They took first place above your Game Lords, your Eastern Stars, your Team Big, like all the big contenders that we hyped up. SYR just blew them out of the water entirely, and that was really hype for me. It's like, oh, is this a new big hype team that's going to do well for the entirety of the tournament? Well, they did fall off. I did do a media day yesterday and I had the chance to talk with Tam. No big spoilers, but I can tell you as a fact they are 100% very unhappy with what they brought to the table and they want to adapt as much as possible to hopefully step up in this 3rd week. So at least I'm expecting some changes come into week 3 from what I've understood. But yeah, it's been a really big fall off on that. I'm not too sure exactly down to what I could pinpoint that.
To try and kind of give a little defense to anybody that may have had a rougher week last week in the Super Week, there was a common trend on Erangel, which was Gatka Fields, and then it never ended. And I will say on Erangel especially, actually, that is one of the rougher places, I think, to have constant endings on. There's big valleys down into flat areas, which a lot of teams aren't really keen on having to deal with unless you've got yourself one of those middle compounds early, and super young roster oftentimes didn't have some of those middle compounds early, and when they did, you know, sometimes they got pushed really hard from just very well executed angles of attack by some of these other teams. So maybe in part that might be why we saw a little bit of a downtrend here for them, but you know, everyone's playing with the same circles here, so everyone's got to deal with it, right?
Yeah. You know, I'm going to give you a counter argument.
Yeah.
Do you think Nova has ever complained about, zones didn't go our way, that's why we lost PMGC? No. Have you ever heard Bigatron, when they were on their streak, ever complain, oh, the zones weren't going our way, we lost? No. I mean, I understand, like, obviously zones can be very difficult for you, but if you want to be a team to be the best in the world, I never want to hear that excuse out of you, because you have to know how to play every single zone, every single shift, every single situation. But that's just me getting really angry and pumped up. I don't know why, because I had a monster this morning. Our official energy drink provider here at PMPL. Love to have them on board. Cannot wait to see what Max will chug his monster out of this week. Ooh. It was the can week 1. It was a glass week 2. Week 3, it could be a bowl with cereal, apparently, what he said last week. I don't know. We'll see what he goes with. But it is time to take a look at our schedule. Now, every week in League Play, we do switch things up a little bit. Week 1, it was Erangel Miramar. Week 2, it was Sandhawk and Erangel. Oh, I can't get my words out. But we're going back to Erangel and Miramar here once again. So for the next 2 days, we're going to have 5 Erangels and 5 Miramars. Just with things down the line, each team will play 4 on each. I'm excited to get things going. I'm excited to get underway, and luckily for me, I don't have to wait too much longer, because it is time to head to our commentators to kick off our first match of the day.
That's right.
Wow, just like that.
We're getting right into it. We're already here, Blank. We're ahead of the curve. What can you say? You know, we're absolutely on the ball. We are ready for this first Erangel, and we bring ourselves to a point where in less than, what is it, like 30 hours, we're going to know who's in this final Super Weekend. We're going to have a better idea of just who is going to be playing for those final spots. So it's an absolutely all-important set of league play days to get our teeth into.
Yeah, I mean, this is what needs to be done. There needs to be big pop-offs. Unfortunately, in this third week of league play, right, we are kind of confirming those spots now. And with the almost non-start over towards the bottom of the tables, we really do have quite that confirmation coming through. We're going straight into the game right now, over to Erangel, called right there. I think the boys talk about RESQ on the desk, and I think they're having a similar issue to 4 Romanian Boys, because I think 4 Romanian Boys at the moment, they lack team fight ability massively. If you look at anyone else towards where they're sat, it is a massive difference in the elimination points. Even Vamos is absolutely slapping. You know, 32 eliminations, 39. It's not too bad, but 47 placement points to 24 eliminations. I think at the moment, 4 Romanian Boys are just clawing at whatever they can get. And to be honest with you, not a bad idea, John. Considering you are towards the bottom of the tables, you want to get those confirmed placement points. But it is really worrying whenever I see 4 Romanian Boys get into a fight, and it almost feels like a certainty that they're all going to get wiped out in the next 30 seconds.
You don't like to see it. You hate to see it, in fact. Unless you're the enemy team, in which case you love to see it. There's a lot of emotions going on in terms of what they're seeing. But XTEAM out early. This is obviously a team that didn't qualify for the last Super Weekend. They're going for the West Coast split on this plane path, and they will try and control close to those Gatka fields that we've seen so much.
Yeah, they're in a, I would say it's semi-dangerous position, right? 143 points over the Super Weekends. They don't qualify for this. Vamos as well, 4 Romanian Boys with 71 points apiece. They're going to be hitting 142. Let's assume they do it the exact same, both from 142, which means they only have to push just a little wee bit more to 161 to drop them down, but that would require RESQ, a massive weekend as well. So it's slightly dangerous, but I do think if XTEAM can kind of eke their way into the Super Weekend, they'll be fairly okay with it. Really, at the moment, it is just kind of that battle between 4 Romanian Boys, Vamos, and RESQ, and then potentially Shockwave if things go really awry this league play.
How many threats are going to be here for TJB in North George? A notable change, right, for 5 threats. We've seen them basically every time drop down towards the south of this map, near Novo normally. They have been displaced a little bit from there sometimes, but TJB obviously coming in with their newer advent of their drop spot in North George. They changed to that just last Super Weekend. There is going to be a little bit of a scuffle here. This, for 5 threats, they must have done this on purpose, right? This is a choice that you make in the face of TJB.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, TJB's been dropping here all Super Weekend. You must have seen this. And to me, it seems like a very weird decision to be making, considering if you were watching that Super Weekend, you will know more often than not, TJB wins this initial fight. So if you're grasping for points and looking for that big Super Weekend, I don't think this is where you do it. Considering we have 5 Erangels total, that's half your points here. Already Talon is down, and TJB looking to confirm the rest now and start to swarm around the building.
GK first, through the window, actually does get taken down there. Luna able. Was that a crossbow? Was that a crossbow?
It was a crossbow.
That's another one.
Another one.
What?
Oh my
Luna
lord.
popping off with the crossbow. Those bolts sending straight on in. Looks for another, but Lin a little bit more fancy on the feet there. GK first getting taken down. Finally, the archer, green arrow from the top rope, gonna get taken out there. Handled. TJB, they lost GK first just then. 2 knocks with the crossbow in PMPL. In my PMPL, what is going on?
Not my PMPL. That's right. I honestly, the double heady coming through on the crossbow. Woo! That was something else, John. That was really something else. I don't think I've seen that ever, basically. But that second knock was probably the most impressive through the window. Yeah, 100%. You've got the Hawkeye on the case here. Good stuff. That is an Avenger level threat.
Yeah, fair enough. Although I don't feel like you could get. I mean, fair. I mean, I'm lost for words about that. Honestly, that's kind of nuts.
How can
to be
you
able to-
rebuke? It is literally an Avenger.
He's literally an Avenger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Goodness
There
me.
you go.
Well,
Very interesting fight. However,
Either way,
it played
yeah.
out exactly how I imagined it would, right, John? Which is
Hmm.
TJB wins this, hands down. So, again, super odd. Super, super odd. And, like, I don't know why you'd want to target TJB either. Like you said, that's deterministic, right? That you definitely go there on purpose. And TJB is in no threat of being dropped out. I think that if you have 5 threats, I think the person you want to harass and potentially get a squad wipe onto early on would be someone like RESQ or Vamos even. To be fair, I'd go for 4 Romanian Boys over Vamos because I think Vamos has more potential to take you out. But I don't think these are difficult things to identify, right? I feel like I'm not silly saying that.
we've done it in what, 2 minutes? Less?
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. They've had this whole super weekend to theorycraft that, and that was the choice. That was the culminating strategy. Unless we've missed something. Unless we've missed something completely glaringly obvious, which I know that I am not above. But I'm sure you've got a keener eye than me, I think, on this. But yeah,
I would say that
perplexed.
was silly.
They were doing it for
silly.
the clips, right? Get those crossbow eliminations, right?
Honestly, if anything good came out of that, it is that you can put that now on your portfolio, right? Double kill. Oh, well, 1 knock, 1 kill with the crossbow. That is some next level stuff right there, and I will not forget that for this entire tournament. That's going to be something that keeps coming back. So 5 threats, yeah, maybe not the best performance in the world coming into Super Weekends or League play, but Luna, you can come out of this tournament extremely happy. You have hit one of the coolest clips in PMPL I have seen.
I'm gonna have to furiously Google famous archers now and use that every time for my references. So we'll be seeing a lot more of that. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe certainly for the next 2 days.
Perhaps.
Whether after that remains to be seen, and probably if things keep going their way, probably won't be.
Yeah. RESQ on our screen, they're just underneath Hospital, and most teams will know that this is where they're playing. They play it practically every time. What it does do is it makes TJB's rotation just a little bit harder, I guess, because, you know, they've had free reign over in North George for a long time, coming down South George and then passing through the fields underneath Hospital. And now that RESQ's playing here, you know, it does become a little bit more clumped, even with XTEAM now playing on that western coast. So I think TJB might need to switch up their rotations. However, this is not something that they can predict in terms of XTEAM. Today. This is a completely new thing. So I think for RESQ, that's predictable. XTEAM, maybe not so. Even then, I don't know. Maybe Tongjiba heads out east towards Box Compound and plays from there instead.
Vamos move up to Ruins, and that's kind of been their general strategy. This is, I don't know if we've really talked about this, but this circle is another of the ones that we've been seeing throughout this Super Weekend just gone. And we are looking down the barrel of yet another one. So a lot of these teams are going to be very practiced on these rotations, barring the 4 teams that weren't in that last Super Weekend. So we're looking at XTEAM, we're looking at RESQ, we're looking at 5 threats and thinking how they're going to be handling this coming set of rotations, because everybody else should be a lot clearer on the strategies. And what are those teams going to bring new to the dynamic?
I think there's any team that I'm looking at in particular, other than the 3 you highlighted there, John, is Giants, because they play Pachinki and they've had such a central spot in the majority of these circles on Erangel, right? And it means that they have easy access to wherever they need to go. Yet, repeatedly, we are seeing Giants get caught out on rotations where they're not feeling too good about themselves. They're getting hit by other teams on the way in. And realistically, I think Giants should have a very clear and easy rotational path ahead of them, considering they can go up towards the hills just to the western side of Pachinki, get some scouting done in the meantime. But it seems this constant fight with either clear vision or teams off to the west, 4 Romanian men, and an inability to almost just chill out a little bit. Now, come on, Giants. You literally are in the center. Without moving from Pachinki, you hold the majority of that zone.
I want to see something glorious out of this match.
It's difficult, though, to leave Pachinki at this stage for them, right? The choice that they can make is to push maybe to the Pachinki Hills southwest. There's a couple of ridgelines that you can play. And maybe you can have a better chance if the circle shifts away. If you crunch yourself into Pachinki, you're allowing teams to take up those positions and surround you, right? So it becomes a little bit of a digging your own grave, really, in some scenarios, depending on where this circle shifts. It's difficult for Giants, right? They have that choice to make, and we always, in general, say that it's not a great idea to get into urban environments early, but they did drop there. They can stay there. They can hold it. It's solid. They should be looking at a top 5 from here, right?
With clear vision been on their north side at the moment, I mean, best case scenario for Giants at the moment is to just control the southern edge of Pachinki. Just pull back. Don't try and control too much area, because you're completely right, John. Getting yourself caught into this scenario with everyone around you, you want to be in a pretty tight-knit unit there. But already one player going down for Giants is not a good start. That's the clear vision. It's just very confusing to me, because this happens every time. And it's not like Giants aren't practiced against this.
Should be Resable there. It's just the shot up to the church from Clear Visions. And to be fair, now they know that Clear Visions is on this corner. They can adjust accordingly. Actually, they're peppering some damage back. Samo took some damage there. Pocus up on the hill. Ulysses moving into support. Giants are responding.
Not sure what he's shooting at, but, you know, just sending some shots through. I mean, if you can't see them and they can't see you, I mean, just taking those shots and hoping for the best. I mean, it's a big map, though, Pocus. I mean, you are really taking your chances on those shots. But fair play to him.
One day he'll hit.
One day he'll hit a nice headshot. He'll hit a Luna right there. Nano behind the rocks again, just keeping good eyes over towards clear vision. I think they know that not too many teams are going to be coming around them just yet. Most will be playing edge, looking for a better avenue of approach. And with so many teams already towards the center of this circle, I think for Giants, maybe they're a little bit in the open at the moment. I think Pokes has got a good ditch to play around with the vehicle as well. But Vamos now coming in on this north side towards Church. I think Giants really do need to be careful here.
They are spotting people out. Prada gets turned away, and I don't think Vamos are going to want to go straight in. You can see they diverted their position, and Giants are able to hold off on that side of things. So now Clear Vision really has their the bulk of the Giants' attention right now.
Hamodi very low, off in the distance. Tongjibao, in the meantime, really haven't moved from North George. Lengx now finally making his journey eastwards, down towards the crossing on that northern side you can see there. I think he's just providing that scouting back to the team. And I would assume that he'd see that most of this clear. They could potentially even go up towards Everest side. Next circle, super central. No one's really too bothered about this one, and I think everyone's in a fairly decent spot to play around it. Real Tigers 9 took some time to scout from the top of Potato Hill, looking outwards. They can see right over the fields over towards Pachinki itself. 4 Romanian Men on that south side. I think for 4 Romanian Men, they're safe. They are safe, but I would like to see an improvement right now, because I do think they're one of these teams that's coasting. Whereas with Tongjibao, I do see a lot of potential in this team. 4 Romanian Men, I feel like they're kind of tapering out at this point in time.
Ramos on the edge of the ruins, trying to hold off against RESQ. This is going to be the test of the metal for RESQ. This is their first entry we've seen in a while, after having not qualified for that last Super Weekend. And Coyote up first, gets burnt out just a little bit. Vamos been holding ruins for quite a while. The first nade lands, and Vamos send them back. For RESQ, do they go for this res even? It looks like they're just going to turn tail.
Yeah, just leave. I mean, it's such a slow pull-up from RESQ as well, and Vamos were completely ready for it. And you've got to remember that this is Vamos who just got sent away from Giants, so they moved up towards this north side back to Ruins. And I think for them, this is a very, very quick rotation and then quick setup as well. So I think Vamos knows where their backup spots are, where their secondary locations to retreat back to is. It's very nice. Real Tigers 9, obviously, with a lot of that information gathering over towards Potato Hill, have caught out the guys from Unicorns of Love, but it's Game Lord who's just rocking up on top of them, John.
It's messy. Unicorns of Love, Real Tigers 9, and Game Lord all in the same position on the southeast side of the circle. Unicorns of Love suffering the heaviest casualties here, I'm pretty sure. Real Tigers 9 actually also taking 2 down. Game Lord staying alive. All 4 of them are alive. Unicorns of Love, they've disengaged from this fully, and now it's Real Tigers 9 to hold against 4 from Game Lord.
I like that play from Game Lord, though. Very, very quick, because they were right on that eastern edge, not even towards the edge of the circle, in fact. They saw this fight unfolding, immediately in there straight away, tried to pick up a couple of elimination points off the back of it. And even so, I mean, I think this went extremely well for Game Lord, because I think they've effectively cut down the players in their path massively. Unicorns of Love is not looking to make any big movements here forwards, and Real Tigers 9 similarly. So the majority of these eastern edge is now Game Lords to control.
They've got that foothold. Have to see where this next circle goes. Narvello spots one of the players, hard man left from Real Tigers 9, and they can't quite land the shots. Gets behind some cover, but slows them down, splits them up as well. Divide and conquer for Game Lord right now. Big. They took a knock on the back from Vamos, but he will be resible there, and they're right next to the circle on the north side. You can see that on the minimap in the top right-hand side of your screen. And they should have to shift, but that is a southern shift. And finally, we get a bit of a decisive circle moving forwards. Prada gets sat down by TJB after they've left North George.
RESQ just cannot find a place to call home at the moment. Everywhere they go, they're getting sent away. Now they find a position just over the towards the hillsides itself, so it's not too bad for them. Vamos moving in. I'm not sure, did they pick up that player from RESQ? I think it might have been what's happened there, because I do think they're all 4, so they were able to go back and pick up that player. So fantastic stuff, but again, this is a good position for RESQ. I mean, it's right on the edge of the circle itself, so it's not amazing. Vamos taking huge hits, and I think this is really good news for Big, to be honest with you. Giants coming in.
Oh, yeah, no. Florin hits the deck, gets taken down, and with it, Vamos eliminated. Right in front of the purview of RESQ, but they're all trapped in this building. This circle, this is not in the zone. This building is not in the next circle. They will have to leave it, and Giants are out for blood. They are circling this right now. RESQ have no angles that they can leave from without triggering that alarm for Giants.
Shockwave on that western side do take a quick hit onto the players from XTEAM. Tongjibao will clean that one up shortly afterwards. Now the rest of the team trying to move in, but Nightmare outside in the blue. I wonder if Lengex has spotted him. We'll have to jump out the vehicle, John.
Ooh, trying to find a little bit of an opening there, but TJB trying to push past this position from the X team on the west coast, trying to get into this next circle. Unfortunately, it's getting a little bit harem scarum as the Raz comes in from the back to try and back things up. At the moment, TJB, 2 of them are down. But X-Team, they have their fair... Sorry, only 1 of them is down for TJB, and they do end up losing it. But Nightmare's the last for X-Team into the fray as those flushes are getting confirmed. TJB proving to be a force on this southwestern edge. But out of the frying pan, X-Team get away.
Yeah, losing a few of those players early on, John, it's not amazing for them. Mihi also going down on Big. They did take that fight with Giants, so that's still raging on that northern side. Nightmare's going to drop some smokes down and hide in the small forest. It's clearing. He's going to try and keep things peaceful at the moment. You know, be with the butterflies, talk to the bees, and try not to get hit by any bullets swinging your way. Pogba.
That's the wrong sort of buzzing. You don't want that.
No, not at all. That's a painful buzzing that requires removing shortly afterwards.
Yeah.
Super young roster out in the fields on that south side, a team that does want to do better and we know can do better. So this is certainly something that we'd like to watch out for this game. Again, I want to bring back to that point with Big, who is looking like they are forcefully moving themselves towards Vamos at the moment. Now, I personally think that that's a fantastic idea for Big. If you can gatekeep Vamos, sorry?
Towards RESQ?
No. Vamos went out early. So I'm saying
I see. Yeah.
If Big can gatekeep Vamos in the future, John, right, and they don't get into the Super Weekend, it clears out so much of that northern edge for them to play in that final Super Weekend. and it'll just make life very easy for them.
That's fair. 5 threats finally eliminated. 13th place will go down for them. 2 points on the game. 2 eliminations. It's a start.
Yeah, it's a beginning. I'm sorry to keep banging on about it, but if Vamos don't make it into the Super Week, they don't make it to the finals. And again, Big benefits from that massively. So I do think that if we continue to see Big cause problems for Vamos, it'll be great news. Big finally do go down on that northern edge to the last player from Swat 69 in Nemo. Game Lord still, again, like Max says, and I completely agree with him, this is the team to beat. And currently, it's just the fact that they take so many fights in one game.
How on earth did he not get hit by that buggy there? Game Lord struggling right now, though, against 4 Romanian men in the team fight, in the 4v4. Certainly less than that now. Victor went down first, soon followed by Akashi, and now it's Robs and Narvalo to play on these hillsides. This is with Victor back in the roster blank, so they're going to have to readjust just a little bit to that Victor playstyle. TJB going down on the southwestern edge as well. Pretty far away from this fight at the moment, though. And I think Robs and Narvalo are going to try and disengage, but hang on a minute. It's the Unicorns. Alicio chimes in.
Yeah, they're still tossing nades over. They can pick up at elimination points here onto one of the places for Romanian Men. It's great news for them. But I do think that, you know, Game Lord's certainly put in the reps. That is for sure. I mean, so many fights that they take during these games. And we're seeing other teams like rarely take 1 or 2. And Game Lord just goes around the map just picking fights wherever they can and then oftentimes winning them. Yeah, they do lose a few players, but this is not necessarily how they play in the finals. But it's great to get that kind of practice versus teams early, especially in league play where they're fairly confident that they'll qualify.
You know, I'm thinking back to your point about Vamos, and I'm thinking, yeah, absolutely Big could clear that spot. But then the question for me is that leaves a hole in the map. And is that void going to be filled by another team, right? There is potential there for that to be a bigger problem. Because if they know Vamos's rotations, I feel like the evil you know is better than the one you don't. So maybe they get some early goods for it, but it could prove to be tricky in the long run.
That's for sure. That's for sure. And I think that that's the difficulty. But then again, you have to wonder, is a team going to completely change their plan coming into the finals when they've got something that works already? It's difficult to know the true answer to that one. But I would agree with you massively there, John. But I do think that if they can clear it and there is a hole there in finals, yeah, it's going to be very, very fun.
4 Romanian men struggling with clear visions on their flanks, as well as the remnants of Game Lord that they handled earlier. Sarah able to get some retribution as somebody is going to go down. The circle does shift out their way, so not long to go. But look at this SWAT 69 split right now. They are in control of this circle.
Yeah, SWAT 69's in a very, very good spot at the moment. They've had central circle since around about phase 5 at this point in time, so it's been pretty easy for them, to be honest. And they have some shacks to play around with. Nemo is able to battle off that final player from Big, which did secure their location. Giants, though, only with Ulysses. And again, this is a big issue that I'm finding. Nice nade from Dewey. Will take down one of the players, but now the spray comes through from Happy.
Return to sender, another nade found. Oh my goodness me, Happy Feet shuffles out, gets one on the spray, caught unawares, and Samo isolated behind the tree. Needs to pop this first aid, Sarah Rezable, but in comes Narvalo from the back as well, looking for those shots onto Sarah. I think that's going to be the knock as well, so only one player left for 4 Romanian men.
Like I said, Game Lord's all over the map. They do not stop, ever. Alking finally falls. Narvalo in a very exposed location at the moment. Robs drops down further down. Ulysses will be taken out by 4 players from Shockwave, but not before he does find at least single knocks that side.
Slow them down, if nothing else. Narvalo looking to regroup with Robs here. They don't have a vehicle in this position, so it's all smokes all day. Oh, and Pogba, he has the absolute nuts angle right now. Just going to suppress them behind this tree, but in the meantime, Shockwave can start to descend from up on high, take control of this hillside that so far is coated in blood from so many teams, and try and isolate Nemo in this 3-1 split.
Excellent nade from Nemo. That's a far nade to lob as well, but gets on target. And I imagine it would be quite a simple toss as well, considering you know exactly where Game Lord currently is hiding out. Hamodi from super young roster. I would say the best player on this team. Final player left alive here, but really it's down to Swat 69 and Shockwave. Shockwave obviously coming very much from that northern side, so they haven't had to deal with too many. Having 4 players here is fantastic with 6 eliminations. You know, this is looking good for Shockwave.
Look at the direction that all of them are looking. Nobody's looking towards the field where Hamodi currently sits for SWAT 69. Nobody is looking out that direction. They're worried a little bit more about their flanks. You can see that's where they're really paying attention to. But if Hamodi can sneak in, there's potential to be a wild card unless Shockwave spot this push. If they do, it might be curtains for Hamodi, but he's already ticking. Now it's the blue zone.
Yeah, that was very odd, to be honest with you, because he starts running diagonally outwards, but I think that the only way you survive there is you make a beeline early and hope for the best. Nice shot from Coca Boy, though. We'll take down one of the players in Nightmare, and Shockwave's fairly split at the moment, so not likely they'll get him back up again, so down to 3. With his positioning from SWAT 69, it just seems weird to me that they would lose that one player, considering Circle moves up their way. I would have personally not started peaking until I did see that next circle, because then you're forced into a situation where you start to look for knocks if it heads down towards SWAT 69. But now losing a player, you know, Shockwave's going to suffer for that.
Nemo has the crate right next to him. Should be flush for supplies. Will be a good launching point and allow to provide that smoke cover. You can see that's what they're doing. They're moving up to the edge of this circle. And Shockwave with 3. They need this off angle to come up big. If they can utilize this position, if they can utilize this angle, it's going to be good news. Into the vehicle, Nemo repositions. Ripped needs to capitalize. You saw how damaged the armor and helmet were there. That's a level 1 helmet on Ripped. These guys have been through it. Trucking in. Zico spots Schofield on the push and goes low but doesn't go down, and Ripped is felled in response. This is great for SWAT 69. Schofield doesn't go down to the vehicle explosion either. And now SWAT 69 have a dominating presence on this battlefield. Unfortunately, for Shockwave, it looks like they're going to be down to 2, but a nade over the top finds Schofield, and that puts all of SWAT 69 in a similar position.
Yeah, Coca Boy is technically out in the open, but he's not quite over the top of the lip yet. Still 2v3 here. Unlikely they'll get Schofield back up again, so realistically, Shockwave can play this out. I think Rip was in a completely ridiculous position, to be honest with you. So out in the open. I mean, if I was him, you just don't even go for the lineup. Just try and play with one of your other players here who's within cover at the moment. It's very, very difficult for now made for Shockwave. Seiko's behind the rock, refused to move early. Either that or doesn't have any smokes available. Do finally get that flush onto Schofield, so that's an extra elimination in the back pocket. Seiko has not moved at all, finally gets out, gets 1 knock, and that was extremely important. Might get to the tree here, gets another, okay, Seiko!
Pogba now isolated in a 2 versus 1. Seiko pushes up, crosses open ground, death-defying right now for Shockwave, pushing them in. They want to take this one down. Pogba burnt out, forced for the fight. Seiko can peek from this angle, but the ridgeline just covering him. They know exactly where Pogba is. Muniz is there. He's stepping back. Nade up over the top towards that crate. For Seiko, doesn't quite land the shot. Moving over for this res, and SWAT 69, they've stalled. They've faltered. They've allowed these openings to appear, and now they can come through. Seiko, the man of the hour, needs to reload, needs to go for it, but Muniz is there as well for the backup. Minutes. Terminus looking for the shots around the side of the vehicle. And Seiko pushes yet again, pushing in, spots the player, and it is Seiko to 1v3, back up from Terminus, but it is Shockwave to take the day.
Yeah, I think that is an unbelievable play coming through from Seiko there. Should not have happened at all, to be honest with you. Behind the rock, healing out, doesn't move early to the tree, finally makes a breakaway for it, and on his approach, whilst directly in the open, managed to get 1 player, then hits a second, and then it's all curtains for SWAT 69. I think, to be honest with you, though, Pogba made an extremely cool play there. Tosses the flashbang high, looks over to Minos as he's running, and Seiko can't actually finish that game much quicker than he'd like to because his screen is just white. You know, he's got the blanket over his head. It's the worst. So, honestly, well played to Pogba there. I think SWAT 69 did have a good shout in that game. 10 eliminations and 2,000 damage. Good stuff.
Very nice, very nice. Although I feel like in those last moments, it was panic that really cut down SWAT 69. To me, it looked like they were like, oh, get back to cover, get the res, when there were one player down behind that tree. They were still at a 2 versus 2. If they'd have both just peaked, taken down Seco, maybe that round would have gone differently. But they tried to go for that res. Pogba couldn't go for that engagement for fear of going down as well, without getting a trade-off, right? So I feel like SWAT 69 could have probably played that final engagement better, but up until that point, I think you're right. I think they absolutely controlled very, very well with that 3-1 split.
I think, for me personally, it's a reoccurring trend that's happening throughout all these games, John, and as a symptom of most of these teams towards the bottom, is just messy smoke usage in the end game. Like, you get to that point where they have to leave that compound, there is just smokes haphazardly placed around, not in a line, not in an area that gives you a chance to move to cover or get into a setup, and then you see everyone just hit their bellies on the floor and then start crawling around. And it always feels to me that, you know, so much more can be done in that situation if the smokes were properly trained, if like area was open because of it. But it's just unfortunate. But just like a flash of smoke, we are also going to disappear for a second and we'll head back to the boys on the desk.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season. I'm too fast. I'm too hyped up. I'm too ready to go. We've had a great win coming through. Before, though, really quick, just remind you guys, the 4th anniversary event is happening for PUBG Mobile. The AR Treasure Hunt, where you guys can win with 100,000 euros in prizes. Not to mention, I like that. Actually, that's really good, James. Not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s as well. But let's jump straight into this match, gentlemen. What a great game, actually. A great finish as well. Some good off angles being used. Let's take a look at the results, though, and the standings that the teams did get here in this last match. 25 points for Shockwave. That's pretty big. Yeah. That basically almost gets them into the Super Weekend already.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Because when you look at where they were currently standing in the overall Super Weekend, right? They were one of the teams where we think they're going to be safe, but it's just like, you know, an extra Super Weekend, you'll be 100% sure, so no worries. So 25 points, you're already halfway to making it in the third Super Weekend. We've got a lot of points with Kalaris to talk about, so we'll probably wait when we have a graphic focused on Shockwave. But this game, the timing was on point. They took the angles, like it was good.
Yeah, it's the perfect chance. It's the perfect strikeout to start things off here, as you're saying, Max. They just to get into the real nitty gritty. 114 points they were on in Super Weekends after getting 50 and then 64 in those Super Weekends. So they were not safe by any means. They do want to qualify for this Super Weekend, and that 25 points is a massive boost towards getting them there.
Yeah, very big boost indeed. But looking down the rest of the list here, TJB, 5 eliminations. And Game Lord, I want to touch on really quickly since we have him here. I know you guys were talking about, like, we were watching the game, that the fact that Game Lord, they're kind of unleashed. They're kind of unhinged now in this league play and going into this Super Weekend. They know they're going to be qualified to the finals. This is a chance for them to just really put the paint on. And I think you said, James, this makes them even more deadly.
Yeah, so Max, just to actually, because Max brought it up whilst we were talking about...
No, you brought it up, Kalaris.
Did I?
It's his point. My points are his points, yes.
All right, yeah. I have spoken avidly to Game Lord. No, I haven't at all. But basically, long story short is that, yeah, right now, what do they have to play for? And obviously that is getting to the Super Weekend and going for wins there. A team like Game Lord, when they don't really have a threat against them, when they're just kind of playing effectively for the fun of it and just like going out and feeling a bit carefree, that's a dangerous Game Lord. We thought that they were looking for fights before. They're going to be looking for a lot of fights coming up and looking for those eliminations. Yeah,
it's good to see from Game Lord in general that they're still fragging out.
Max?
It was a really good point. You know what? I wish I made it myself, but I wouldn't. I'm not that smart. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But Super Young roster, I want to talk about them real quick, right? This is it. We said that we wanted to see a step up in this third week. It's just one game. It's not enough to qualify in the Super Weekend, but it's good. But as Kalaris also did mention, they could have got maybe a little bit more because they had a very easy entry point to this circle. I think that they could have potentially aimed for a chicken dinner hit this game. Who knows? But at least you know what? The top 3, 13 points, can't complain.
Yeah, they're trailing. It's funny because, I mean, I was talking about those Gatka circles and how things were playing out in the Super Weekend whilst they were there. They're dropping over in Primorsk, right? So technically speaking, they're quite close to these circles, and you know that gives them an opportunity to try and rotate in, maybe find themselves a spot. But they're trailing the circles, playing very edge heavy, and not getting huge amounts off of it, but enough off of it, right? When the circles are this close, that can hurt you later on if the circles are a little bit further away. But this isn't too bad to stop.
Not bad indeed. Let's take a look at the second page, right? I think this is where we want to see some information more about how it's gone for the other teams. Yeah, Vamos a little unfortunate. You see they're at the very bottom of the table. You can see XTEAM as well. One team looking to probably qualify here or re-qualify. We're still unsure if they're going to be safe. And RESQ as well. Like, we're seeing a couple of those real key teams in some not great positions so far. But it is just one match.
It's just one match, but it's also one weird drop from 5 threats onto TJP. We were having a little bit of back and forth with James in the green room there. It doesn't make a lot of sense from 5 threats to drop TJP that has shown pretty extensively in the last week of play that they're a good team in early game. Like, they will take you down. They took down Eastern Stars, Shockwave in Northern George Pole. They know the terrain extremely well. It's weird for 5 threats, a team that has yet to qualify to Super Weekend, to go up against a big team like them. If you want to go for a hot drop, I would not recommend it. But if you do, you can hot drop, I don't know, Shockwave, Romanian Boys, Famos, RESQ throughout the rest of today, and that will increase your chances of overtaking potentially just barely a 16th position in the overall rankings of Super Weekend. So TJB, not the team to hot drop. Please stop it.
Can you give it to me the way you always say it normally to me when you say stop it?
Stop it, Jason.
No, well, I was hoping you would say the team name. It's fine. Yeah, there we go. I mean, 2 points. It's getting there, but again, like I think. Okay, for you gentlemen, actually, let me ask you the question: if 5 threats qualify, let's just say like 16th through 13th place into the Super Weekend, do you think that's going to be enough for you to be like, okay, they're going to qualify into the finals? Like, for me, the reason I'm asking is, what they're doing now is not going to be enough. They couldn't qualify the Super Weekend a single time. They have to step up so far beyond what they've been able to play that we would need to see it reflected in league play right now, not just in the Super Weekend.
You're 100% Correct. Yes, they're
that pause scared me, man.
sorry, mate. Sorry. Yeah, they've so far not really produced a whole lot that could give us encouragement, even if they did qualify to the Super Weekend, right? So the fact that, as Max says, that they're dropping on TJB, the team that is almost notoriously in the last Super Weekend taken on any hot drop and won. Question marks. That's all I've got.
Yeah. I mean, changing drop location here might be a little bit tough for them, but we'll see as the time will develop. They still have a lot of matches to go, 7 left for them in particular. What about Shockwave, though? What about their player stats? I want to see who really was stepping up for their roster in that last match, because it was a crazy one. Terminus, to me, like the off angle he was holding, I believe, was pretty on point.
Yeah. It was really well played from the early game. Actually, there's so many things to really talk about for Shockwave in particular this game, because starting phase 2, they were already in that compound a little bit west of what was it, phase 6, phase 7 that they were in. So they got there super early, and they took almost no fights. No one decided to crash on them. No one decided to try and contest that positions earlier in the game. So they had all the loot in the world, and literally what they did here, Kalaris, was play the waiting game, wait for all the teams to fight each other on Pachinki Hill. That was Clear Vision, for Romanian Men, Game Lords, and they just waited it out. And the moment they didn't have the utility, didn't have the numbers, they go for the push, and the off angles of Seiko and Terminus was just magnificent at the end.
That's the one. Yeah. It was obviously the most important fight for me for a lot of that, as you kind of both are alluding to, is the Terminus versus Schofield fight that goes on over on that west side, because Schofield somehow needs to dislodge Terminus. Otherwise, he's got a great off angle to kind of have a cross fire going on anybody moving away from the compound that they have to move away from. And then once Schofield goes down, that's fully open for Terminus to exploit. It gives Seiko the opportunity to transition from a precarious position that he was at on a rock in the blue. And then we saw how it folded at the end.
Okay, well, let's take a look at Swat 69 stats now. Another team placing second there overall, if I'm not mistaken. Able to do some work. Nemo, Pogbag as well. Like, we had actually quite a few people left alive. You talked about Schofield as well here just a second ago. What's up? What's funny?
Can we stop calling him Pogbag? Like,
I mean, a 6 looks like a G.
But it's a 6.
Is it?
Yeah, but like, other people have numbers in their name that represent letters.
Are we calling him Coca Boyg? No,
we're calling him Coca Boy because that's his name.
There's a 6.
That's a 6. That's not a 6. It means a G.
No, I'm sorry. No. Disagree.
Right.
Hard disagree.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
No, as good old Pogba. Yeah, this was nice to see here from SWAT 69. What I especially liked here from SWAT 69 was the 3-1 split that they had. In terms of having, I think it was Nemo up in the little shed area. If you allow a team to be able to take that spot from you as these circles are shifting around, it makes SWAT 69's move up and transition up towards the circle a lot harder. However, holding on to that shack as well as the compound below, they have great angles to be able to cover one another, even though it's a little bit uphill. So really like that decision making from SWAT 69, even though it didn't result in a victory.
I'm also really happy to see some pretty average amount of damage throughout every single player, because they were in a position that was hot commodity in this circle, right? And a lot of teams were trying to push on them. I think it was SYR. I believe there was even another team like XTEAM, Unicorns of Love got relatively close. So it's cool to see that the entire team was like pitching in to try and make sure no team could crash that location, because otherwise any big aggressive team, your Game Lord, your Unicorns of Love, if they could crash it and control it, they would have done it. So good on them to be able to hold on to that really strong compound there.
Okay, let's take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. It's been our first match done of the day. We still have 4 left to come. And of course, we're heading back over to, well, heading back, we're heading to Miramar. We'll head back to Miramar a little bit later on today. Again, another big match here. Group D will be sitting out, so a couple of teams going to have a little bit of a break from that first match, but then they'll be playing out the rest of the day. I'm actually curious. Well, you know what? I think this is too big of a talking point for us to go into right now with only 30 seconds left to go. But to give you an idea of what I was thinking, I wonder, do you ever have a group you prefer to play in just based off of the order you play in, not necessarily about who's in your group, right? Group A plays every single match, then they're done for the day.
Yeah.
Other groups have a break halfway. Other teams have a break at the start of the day. You know,
Yeah.
I'm actually really curious to see if any teams have a preference in that.
For me, it's
But we'll have
Group
to
E.
discuss that. What?
For me, it's Group E. You get to see what people are doing, and then you get to play all the 4 games to react afterwards. It's great.
Okay. And then you also have the last match of the day for a chance to qualify into the Super Weekend. But that's still a little bit ways to go. Let's head to our commentators, though, to kick off the second match as we go on over to Miramar.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Blankety blankety blank. We are in game 2 of the day. Game 1 was a good start with Shockwave. having a chicken dinner, but I'm still not convinced with them, right? Yeah, they've performed pretty good in the league stage, but the Super Weekend performances have been nothing but flat. I need to see a bit more from them in a consistent way.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Shockwave, there's some difficulties coming in here. I think that last game was pretty well played, to be honest with you. It's still, I felt like a lot of luck was involved with Seco, especially coming down on that hillside, basically just gunning it. And I realistically think that in that situation, versus any other team that's lost 69, should have probably been eliminated almost immediately. Though I will say Minos and Seco did immediately take a very, very good split between one another. I think Minos played off the back of Seco very well, so it at least feels like the coordination is starting to get there for the team. So happy days overall for Shockwave, and hopefully they can continue that going forward. Again, it's like a little bit of a change of pace for them because they're just playing extremely passive in that early game, which I think kind of favors where they're currently dropping.
Especially when you look back and we saw some early action, whether it's TJB going up against 5 Threats, Unicorns of Love with Game Lord. So there's a little bit of kind of hokey pokey around the earlier circles that made it a little bit easier. But that was then. This is now. We are into the first Miramar game of the day, Blank.
That we are, with the plane path coming up from the southwest side all the way to the northeast in Torre Armada. So practically everywhere's open right now for most teams. We'll see where people start to drop out, because I think some teams are switching their drop spots. My XTEAM have been all over Erangel at this point. They've got like the Explorer's badge over there, so they're absolutely fine for it. So we'll see what exactly they want to do here on this map, considering we know that they need to make it into the Super Weekend, right? You know, not a need, but it will be very, very comfortable if they do make it in, and there'll be much less a threat of it happening. Right now, though, with Big really harassing Vamos, because not only do they drop around them on Erangel, they also drop around them on Miramar, so it'd be great to get this team out of the way for them. Though I do really like how hard Vamos has been pushing in the past 2 weeks to try and at least get it into those Super Weekends and try and pump their rankings upwards, because their elimination numbers are actually pretty decently even in terms of their placement points. So it feels like a team that's actually, you know, pumping.
Fully agree with you. They're on the right path to at least look to secure their spot in the finals to an extent, but indeed the third Super Weekend is massively required. Phase 1 pops up. It complements the playing path if you're new. However, though, to watching or even to an extent playing PUBG Mobile, the western side of this map, the guitar shape that's on the very edge is out of bounds. So good. About 7 to 8% of this phase 1 circle is unoccupiable.
That's right. I mean, there's also a huge amount of valleys on this side of the map, especially with Chumasera being involved, like the foothills down there, unenjoyable to play around. There's a lot of sneaky places teams can get into, but that'll really determine how much further south we do end up going. With most teams on this plane path being able to drop out all around the map, we're not having a massive swath of teams down towards this south side, so it's okay for the time being. Vamos gets out the way of Big early on, so not opting to go for their usual route and catching Big off guard in quotation marks, because I feel like Big should be very aware of those pushes by now. It's happened so frequently. Game Lord over towards this northeast side, moving down towards Power Grid and Picado area, just coming in from Hacienda del Patron. You know, that'll give them a lot of nice high ground early on to play around with, but most teams just on their way to their starting drop spots.
This is Team Doom's first game of this league, week 3, and they might to an extent take comfort in knowing that 5 Threats 5 Threats didn't do well, but I also know that they're in the same position as 5 Threats, so they've kind of been supporting each other to an extent. But you believe that even if they get into the third Super Weekend, they're not making it into the finals then?
Yeah, I think it is technically over for both of those teams now. I don't see the likes of Romanian Boys or Vamos not making it in again. I think with both those teams understanding how much is on the line for them, I think this week is going to be even harder push than ever for both of them. Yes, Vamos go down early in that first game, but it's more a case of like being hunted almost by Big, so they have to be wary about that. In this game, you can see that they've immediately disengaged from Big's position, moved further down towards the southeast, currently looting up just on the south side of Los Leones, which is a smart decision in my opinion. Yes, Romanian Men are up towards the north side of them, but it's very difficult to wind your way through Los Leones down to the south, and it's not likely that Romanian Men are going to be doing this anyway. Romanian Boys, on the other hand, up towards that northwest side in Crater Fields, the other team that we talked about. Again, this is a team that I think lacks that firepower, and that's something they certainly need to work on, though it could be said that they're just focusing on those placement points purely to get into the finals.
Remains to be seen whether or not there can be a bit of an impact made by Team Duo or 5 threats, not necessarily in their chances to make it into the final, but even just them stopping a team making it into Super Weekend 3 that needs to make it, such as XTEAM per se, right? For Romanian Boys, Vamos, RESQ. Even if you want to go a bit further, Real Tigers 9, I think they've been on a little bit of a downtrend. Now, speaking to Naz, the IGL of Real Tigers 9, fun fact about him, did you know he's actually the brother of Reznov from Unicorns of Love?
I did not know that. So that's an interesting little tidbit there for the guys at home. So good stuff. Happy days.
And he was explaining a couple of the issues with the team, such as a lack of time to really prepare into this upcoming PMPL. They know where their mistakes are, and they know that there is those kind of fundamental issues in the team, but they are confident that coming into this third Super Weekend and coming into this third League Week, that they will be able to step up the pace, grab some more chicken dinners, and be on the right path leading into the finals.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what they think their current mistakes are, because I think looking at their gameplay at the moment, it does feel like they're kind of that, as coined by the John Allen, the JJ John Allen, they're the chocolate frog team. I mean, they've got one good fight in them, and then they're done. And I think that's what's happened frequently in Real Tigers 9. I think if we do see them getting to those end circles, it's off the back of a really good fight, and then they're able to leverage it. But I do think currently, the way they're playing, opens them up for third parties. And I think where they've had most success is with these isolated fights where they're able to, just kind of chunk away at their opponent and then slowly make their way through it.
It's kind of funny you mentioned about the isolated fights, because he was highlighting that one of the negatives of how the team is playing right now is that they will lose a player early on, and that affects them coming into the late game. And as much as I get that, I would argue that if you want to be the best team, you're able to adapt without having a player go down. You're able to turn that around. Yeah, okay, idealistically you want to be up as a full squad, but if you want to gain control coming into the late game, there is going to be that potential sacrifice. But that was one of the weaknesses that he said that the team have, is losing a player early on and really then it crumbling from there.
Yeah, I think that's fair to them, because ideally, like you said, you'd want 4 players coming to the end game. But I do sympathize with them in a way, because if you lose a player very, very early, that affects like the rest of your game. And if you expend a player, you typically want to expend a player around 15 minutes in, right? And then you go down to 3, and then you try and play out the rest of the game. But if you're losing a player in the first 5 minutes, it really does hurt your chances, because then you really need to think, well, where are we going to take this fight? Because if we take a fight at 10 minutes, we're more than likely going to get third-partied here, and we just don't have the numbers to back up a third party or go for a disengage without losing at least another player. So it is rough. X-Team's beg for mercy, looks towards Big. There is players around this location, but Mickey's already down here, Imperium.
Nice stuff. The return is there. Beg for mercy. You made a bit of a mistake in my eyes. You don't go for that engagement unless you're absolutely certain the rest of your team can back it up. I know he might not have had the full information that all the Big were there, but I look at that as a bit preemptive, a little bit greedy per se. But it could be the same for RESQ as PENTA push on up, but Manu gets a knock on Hyper.
Team's got a good off angle here, but again, it's one of those cases where you've got a player up close, goes down, and then the rest of the team can quite comfortably bring themselves back up into action. So PENTA looking to move down on this northeastern side. Again, they're in the circle though. Unicorns of Love currently moving up this way. They'll hear the shots. They might even get involved, but I'd be curious to see what Unicorns of Love's next move is, because they will have to keep going over La Cobreria or down towards Crater Fields, which is an awkward pathway for them. So they're really trying to circumvent the majority of this eastern side. And it's a little bit odd to me, considering we had a western start on this playing path. You know, I feel like going to the western side of the map, not the greatest idea for you. I mean, just play on the eastern edge.
It's not. I totally agree. I interviewed Daddy yesterday, coming into the third week, which you can check out on my Instagram page at EVT_Imperium. No, just wink, wink. But he spoke a lot about where the team are in terms of strategy, what they're training, what areas of their game that they're really working on, and the journey that they've had in this PMPL so far. And trust me when I say to you that this kind of rotation, this pathway that they're pulling in this game, there's more of a method to their madness. There is purpose behind how they're playing it. Even though it might not work in the short term, there's a long-term benefit that there's intentions with it.
Well, I mean, we're in week 3, so I hope those long-term benefits are coming soon, because they really do need to. And honestly, each of these games is isolated, so it's not like you're powering up every single game. You know, you drop in with no equipment, you have to go for it. So I'm not sure what they mean by that, but hopefully, you know, maybe they've got something up their sleeve. Maybe they're going to completely change things up in the finals. Who knows what Daddy's got in his back pocket? But we will see. We will see, I'm sure. Tad Was here from PENTA, looking to keep things going. Obviously, they are around Unicorns of Love's position. They also have RESQ here, but Game Lord, these guys are the kings of the third party. They're going to come in when you least expect it every single time. Narvalo moves up, and I think RESQ is most likely not going to be able to get in here. Very much gatekeep by the players from Game Law. Look how far ahead of them they are. I mean, there's nowhere really for Blood to go. Victor's just rolling on by.
Shots by Victor, looks to connect onto Blood, but not quite, down to half health. He's able to get away for the time being. This is up towards the northern side of the map, outside the circle currently. Phase 2 did shift down towards the southeast of Chumasera, and the hills on that kind of southern half of the circle are not only extremely strong to hold on to, but as of right now, they're pretty busy. Yeah, big, clear vision, RT9, Eastern Stars, all around that southern area.
I think there's a huge amount of players, like you say, down towards Chumasera. I think a lot of teams are heading down this way anyway, because there is this massive, like, I don't have to describe it, almost like a line through Monte Nuevo down towards Los Leones, where it is so open down there. So you'd much rather play down towards Chumasera or up top side of Power Grid, where there's at least an ability to have some kind of cover, because you can see on your screen there, Eastern Stars, that is a tippy top of one of the valleys, as is for Romanian Boys position. It's a great spot to be in. Vamos looks like they're going to try and fight out for it. Already they have Florence up close, trying to at least pinpoint some locations for them. But now that area becomes completely obsolete, and they will have to leave from it. So we are getting just north side of Chumasera, a lot of open ground to be had here, with lots of nooks and crannies to play around in. So it could be a very interesting finish.
I normally wouldn't say this about a city, but I actually look at that edge of Chumasera as a pretty viable area to rotate into. It's pretty high ground. You have a couple of exit areas. I think it could be quite strong. Maybe not so much 3 circled in, but the next circle or 2, I think it's a good spot.
Yeah, perhaps. I think with it being so far out, though, it's most likely one of the places where you hold on that north side. Again, you don't know how many other teams are in there, so it is a little bit rough. I think that if you get the jump on it, though, and you're the first one in, happy days. You know, things are looking good for you. Things are looking up. But we will see how these teams decide to play it out, because I think most of them are going to opt for areas down towards the central side, where they can start to find a little area to kind of make a bastion in and drop their foundations so they can actually play for those phase 5s, phase 6s. Again, it is hugely clustered in this area, considering all the areas that you're able to play. Hardman drops down, currently Real Tigers 9 in a 2-2 split, looking to help one another. They are very central at the moment. Their main opponent currently is for Romanian Men with this lineup. They'll have to be careful for teams coming in from the eastern side, though, because they are quite exposed from the back.
Every one of these teams that are around the central part of the circle, Real Tigers 9, 4 Romanian Men, even to an extent, of course, big clear vision. They really have to be on the swivel 360 degrees. They can't stay locked down in one place for a single amount of time. You can see Swave gets a knock on a Samo, a knock onto one of the players of Vamos. Third parties are going to be a little bit more prevalent, I feel, in this phase 3. As Amodi from Clear Vision looks to try and help his team. Gets a push with an aid on towards the members of Vamos. Nothing really connects as Vamos reset themselves. Will go for a bit of a revive.
Kotti backs up. Nade in hand for Hamodi, but a player spots him along the way, and it's Big. He's actually rocking up on this fight, and once again, Vamos is going to feel the cruel hand of Big as they move in and try and ruin the day. Prada's down, and Big is just absolutely slamming it. 4 eliminations already, and this is typical Big all over. Come off the back of a fairly okay game, and then hit it up with a blaster.
Samo gets a knock on the Swave. He didn't catch that one, but Beast is going to be there to try and return. A couple of shots will put Clear Vision a little bit further down towards those buildings. Big actually moved away from where they were to engage on this fight between Vamos and Clear Vision. So that shows a lot of confidence from this big roster coming into this league. Week 3 as they, of course, set themselves up for the finals. Another knock comes through. Beast on the Samo. I don't know why Samo didn't instantly get in the buggy off the back of the knock and then move away. He stayed where he was and he paid the price.
Yeah, you just try and have cover from Alking, right? Happy as well. So Clear Vision down to 2. So this is going to be difficult, and it is kind of sad for them because they're right on this western edge, not likely to make it in. PENTA also similarly struggling. You know, they were caught in the crossfire between Game Lord as well as Unicorns of Love. Somehow managed to make it into the circle over towards the top side of the Monte Nuevo. Will have most likely used a lot of resources to get into the position. But that's PENTA down. 16th place here. Obviously, I think that they've done well enough so far in the Super Weekends to be semi-safe, though a final Super Weekend would be great.
Oh, here we go. Unicorns will have lost Daddy, but a knock by Akashi onto Elicio means that it's really going bad to worse. Daddy did end up getting revived, so he's back up. Icy is with them. They're pushing it on towards the side, but Game Lord have whittled them down to 2, and it doesn't look too good for Unicorns of Love.
No, I think that they've... it's just a lot of desperate pushes from this team so far. I think Icy's done his best to keep this team together. However, a lot of these rotations just feel messy to me. And you're a lot of times rotating in with Game Lord, which is never the best idea in the world, right? Icy now all on his lonesome, looking to go for the 1v4, and you kind of expect it to happen with this guy on ball, but versus Game Lord, it's going to be difficult. Icy chucks up on Molly. He goes for the pre-1. Narvello does green on his own. Icy's down to a sliver of health. He goes for a drop shot. He gets the drop shot knock. This guy's incredible. Cracked like there's no tomorrow. But he has no first aid. He went to go into the room to get that first aid, but the Molly actually shut him down. And in the end, it's going to be Victor with the nade, or Trazen, should I say, with the nade to take down Unicorns of Love. Will be a good fight to finish there. Icy with the mollies, really well played. I mean, I think this is why he is probably the best player in this lobby at the moment, is that under high stress environments like that one, he does remain fairly composed. I like to see it. I think that's what makes him a very, very good player, is he knows exactly what to do. Even on a sliver of HP, he's got a backup plan in backup plans, so he's good to go. You do have Team Doom off in the distance, 3 players alive, 0 eliminations. not having the best time at all. Coming up against Real Tigers 9 as well, who have very much cemented their position. Yes, they have this awkward split going on, but because so many of these players have the angles to support one another in their areas, you know, it's going to work out for Real Tigers 9. And I think this is a very, very strong spot for them going forward, as long as they don't get hit by some insane shots. Redox, he's been doing this all game with a K9, just hitting whistlers across the map.
Absolutely incredible. Real Tigers 9 overall do still have that area locked down. 2-2 split for the time being. One thing that I noticed is that they actually threw an offensive smoke towards the players of Doom as they disengaged. That was something simple but effective and allowed them to get away. Eastern Stars looking to get away from where they currently hold on to, which is that southern side outside of the circle. For Romanian Boys and FTY around them, but FTY down to just a solo. Clear in front of them with just a Harpy left alive. This is going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy for Big. Yeah, they have to move into the circle, but just pockets of players or two all around them should be absolutely fine for them to pick off.
I think it's sweeping this western side, and I think if I was Big, I'd move north up towards where XTEAM's currently playing, try and clear that. And then you have a very, very nice position to play where the majority of the northern side of the circle is also clear. So that's something that Big's probably got in mind at the moment. Vamos once again down in 14th place with 0 eliminations. Starting this league play not very well at all, which opens up chances towards the bottom of the tables for teams like Romanian Boys, who currently have 3 eliminations, 1 knock on side, but it's a good start considering I said that they lack firepower. Having 3 eliminations on board already, good stuff, but 8 elims for Big, currently dominating the lobby, but Game Law's not so far behind.
What I like with how Big have been in this game is it's very proactive. They moved in relatively early in towards the center of the circle of phase 1. It worked in favor for them in phase 2. Of course, as you got into phase 3, 4, and 5, it has moved further away, but because of them being proactive right from the get-go, it's allowed them to create the control, create the space, so it's a lot easier for them to move in. But their next challenge is going to be XTEAM on the western edge of the circle. A Harpy, last player clear vision, a shack down below, going to be in between these two teams, while up in the north, Game North, Super Young roster fight for the edge of the road.
Yeah, Super Young roster has been struggling on this edge play, and Kalaris mentioned it, is like they've been playing edge and really just hoping against hope, but at the moment if they can't win these fights, things are not going to go their way. And I think that edge is probably one of the more dangerous areas to play at the moment for a lot of these teams, because I think our big boys in the lobby, you know, Eastern Stars, Tongjiabao, Game Lord, they're all edge sharks at the moment, and they smell blood in the water, and they will find those eliminations where they can. Team Doom, however, starting this fight off well versus Real Tigers 9, just Nazgod now remaining, Mango on the floor.
Talking about blood, blood was spilled in Doom, where the vampires taking down Real Tigers 9. Absolutely great stuff. Real Tigers 9, not bad, but maybe that split was a little bit too much for them to deal with. I like the proactivity from Doom as Big take down RESQ. 17 left, 21 players alive. SWAT 69 once again in towards the late game.
Yeah, they've managed to make it through. And again, this is what I was saying, is I think edge is actually very dangerous. And I think if you're looking for those placement points, just take a central position, because it's mostly the teams that we're not really having on our radar that are playing center at the moment. It's working out for them, especially for SWAT 69, who is just looking to set up angles. You can see they've got 0 eliminations. So realistically, their game plan at the moment, find these angles, find a position to play, and then move it. Unfortunately, getting into these areas has been a little bit more difficult than they would have liked this game. Now down to just 3 with Coca Boy, Nemo, as well as Schofield still up.
Yeah, you can see Team Doom getting closer to Schofield outside the circle, just down the southern edge. Nemo's knocked as well by 4 Romanian Men. Right crash at the right time for 4 Romanian Men. It's their first elimination point, but let's see if they can use that encouragement to get in towards late stages of this game as Game Lord sweep across the road down by the dip outside of this compound. They are in the circle, but XTEAM could have sightlines on the western side of the map.
You know, I find it so weird that Big tries to sweep down towards the south, and I think that's an overzealous play from them. I think Game on the other hand, just continuing this game plan of playing up towards this northeastern edge and slowly moving their way in, taking fights where they can, hearing the third parties, and then moving in to stop any kind of retreat. So for Romanian Men now moving up and potentially into a trap here. Coca Boy on his own, but Trayson does move up. Got to be careful because this nade might be the end of him, but luckily Redox drops it back. Oh my god, this could be perfect time, but they do snipe that flush away.
Oh
Redox
my god.
with a Molotov in hand. Rana now looking for some more, but an insane Molotov will cause problems for Game Lord there. Now down to just a single player with one knocked as well. Big knocked with one player down to one, and now they're out. 8 eliminations in rank 5, so not going well for them. And a beautiful nade from where I'm unsure. That is incredible.
So close. 4 Romanian Men. I think they were able to surprise Game Lord. Game Lord maybe just presumed it was SWAT 69 in those buildings, and once they got the knock, they thought, okay, this is clear, this is safe. But no, no, no. 4 Romanian Men, 5 eliminations and counting. The initial one onto the player, SWAT 69, was that boost that they needed to play into the late stages of this game. And now, during the final 3, Team Doom, the first game of League Week 3. You said they're out? I don't disagree, but at least they're putting up a good fight along the way so far.
Yeah, not so bad stuff here. Sweeping down from this south side. It's good stuff. XTEAM, though, looking like they're going to put up some numbers. You know, this game, if they can hit some big points now, I mean, Miramar is where they are favored. Look over towards Koa 77. How does he not get that knock there? That's very unfortunate. Bimmy, though, behind the loot crate, has some good cover to play around with. Circle moves down south here, Imperium, so XTEAM will have to move. And now, with Bimmy revealing his position, you know, Rana has a good idea where he is. So for Romanian Men can kind of, you know, locate a lot of the teams in this lobby. I think that this could be a 4 Romanian Men win.
It certainly is looking that way, even though they need to move into the circle as well. They have the high ground control on the roof of the buildings. Rana gets knocked, however, so it is slowed down by 4 Romanian Men. That's allowed Soyax to sweep in to the very southern edge of the circle, having the high ground vantage point over not only 4 Romanian Men, but Team Doom. Suddenly, this game is switched up. XTEAM could be in an element of control. Redox going in on his own, use their smokes, but it's very, very dangerous for him.
Yeah, it's a very good use of that time that was afforded to them by the knock that came through. Redox looking for some more, but the play zone will knock down Dewey. Not sure exactly how that happened. Another one goes down from a nade from Zero. Oh, 4 Romanian Men are out. And just like that, it is XTEAM to finish it off with 6. I think they are a few more than that. So good stuff there from XTEAM themselves. And that makes their lives so much easier going forward. A chicken dinner on the second game of the first day will, I'm not going to say guarantee, but, you know, if they can keep putting up some average points, you know, that is a free super weekend for them.
That game ended so quickly. It was just, okay, cool, still 3 teams, and then boom. It was, I think a big part of it was 4 Romanian Men had Redox a little bit forward, right? And Sarah was able to, I think Redox got a knock into one of the Doom players. So it was just one of those things where whoever started the initial engagement kind of ended up going down first, but the damage was done onto Doom, and then XTEAM were able to finish things off. Overall, I look at Soyax's movement on that southern edge of the circle as really the biggest reason why XTEAM took this chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was pretty swift, but I do think that, what is it with these teams getting nice compounds and then completely... Whoa! It's Victor! Ah! He's back! He's back from his Super Weekend sabbatical, and he's back in the league play with everything on board. Okie dokie. Royal, you get the, you know, the 10.6. That's fine. You can be the stand-in here, but it's all Victor all day, every day. Again, what is it with these compound teams with their inability to move and then making small mistakes towards the end of the game? Because that really did look like a 4 Romanian Men win. And I think the fact that they didn't win is really something that they can't afford to keep doing, especially if they hit the finals. Like, those are the wins that you need. And when you're almost guaranteed them from those positions, you can't let them slip like that.
Totally agree. There's no way that Dewey should have gotten knocked in the blue like that. It is what it is. What's more dangerous than one victor? 4 victors. Unfortunately, Gainmore don't have 4 of them, and XTEAM grabbed themselves a chicken dinner in Miramar.
The PUBG Mobile 4th anniversary event is still happening. They are treasure hunt. You can head over to PUBGM4thDimension.com and learn a little bit more. Also, there's 100,000 euros in prizes. Actually, there's a little bit more than 100,000 euros in prizes available. Not to mention those sweet limited edition iPhone 13s that Max said he promised he would give me if he won one. But now I should get him to win me one. But gentlemen, we had another match finish off. That was Miramar. XTEAM, though. A team we talked about not doing too well in the first match of the day. A team that probably needs to requalify just to feel safe. Actually, no, they probably should be 100% safe if they do requalify for the next Super Weekend to make it into the finals. A big victory for them and a well-done victory.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this team at Miramar, but it seemed like they pop off on Miramar, and we saw that was the 24 elimination game. They get it once again here. So when you get a good game like that, there's a very big chance they'll be making it into the third Super Weekend. So looking pretty good. And Bimmy in particular was behind that crate, and he was really looking if there was a limited iPhone in PUBG Mobile Edition. He didn't find it. Rip.
Didn't find it, no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's limited edition for a reason. I think there, as you saw, there was only 30 available to the world. But let's actually take a look at our match standings and see how many points some other teams did get. Because Game Lord, what's up?
Okay. The police come for Colares.
The police are on the way. I don't think it's where I am. Is it where I am? I don't know.
I don't know.
All right, but yeah.
Well, I opened my window because it's really warm in here, and I guess the cops are like, no, we don't like that, and they're coming. So if I get SWAT in the middle of the show, you know what's going on. XTEAM 23 points. Team Doom 21 points, massive for the team who has yet to qualify for a Super Weekend.
Yes!
That might have just gotten them through into
the guilty
their very
pleasure.
first one.
That's right, the guilty pleasure. 21 points, huge stuff. They're going to the Super Weekend, probably, hopefully. Don't screw this up, Doom. But yeah, it's about time here, Jason, that we saw Team Doom stepping up to the plate.
Put a lot of emphasis on the P's there.
That's right.
Stepping up to the plate.
Yeah.
Yeah, big game, honestly, and I'm not gonna lie, I'd be a little bit worried if they don't qualify to the Super Weekend after getting 21 points in this match. If they just like fall off completely and get nothing for the rest of the day or the next 2 days, I'm gonna be sad. Looking down the rest of the list might be sad. Clear Vision 4 points, can't be too bad about that one, to be honest. But I think what stands out to me is like that big drop off in points between 5th and 6th. You just saw 14 points for Big, and I think it was 6 points for the team under them. But onto the second page, Vamos, nothing. Penta, not able to carry the momentum that they're able to do in the last Super Weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Penta. I mean, but looking at these overall rankings for the second game and what we had on the first game too, the really interesting thing is that I think we're going to have a super interesting Super Weekend 3 because Team Doom is having a good game. They might be able to make in their first Super Weekend. Shockwave got himself a really good game too, SWAT 69. So some teams do, like, even though SWAT 69, I'm pretty sure, like, were sure to make it into the Super Weekend, but it's cool to see these bottom teams actually start off strongly in this third week. Like, maybe there's a change of mentality. They maybe found something, they cracked the code and they found a new playstyle that works for them. Like, I think Super Weekend 3, if it keeps going like this and we see these bottom teams perform well, it could get more interesting as time goes on. So I'm feeling hyped for this one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I really do hope that we don't get one of the Super Weekends where the teams who are top 16 qualify or requalify, or like maybe top like 17 and like one team that didn't qualify is at the bottom of the table already. I want something exciting. I want something eventful. Obviously, there's, you know, $15,000 for all the teams when it comes to that Super Weekend, but you got to push for it. This is where you know, all that pressure takes coal and turns into diamonds.
I mean, it's a good point. That's right, Jason. Yes, that's absolutely right. And it's a good point because you know what? It looks like Game Lord is not only back to play, but Victor is like, you know what? I need all of that moolah, all of that money to go here. Did you see what he was putting up in this game? I cannot believe Game Lord wants all the dosh, all the dollar. Oh.
How much is that Monopoly and Real World money?
That was Polish zloty and euros. I was surprised at actually how much I had under my keyboard. That's not where I keep my money.
If you guys don't know about Claris, he brags all day long when we're not on camera about how much money he makes, how much money he has, and how he's got the best life. You know,
true. Keep going.
I don't want to, because then I'm just gonna sound jealous. Let's take a look at XTEAM's player stats, though. We haven't really talked about them in honestly a long time, and usually Beg for Mercy was the one that we would really associate with the team. Obviously, the experience he has being on Unicorns a lot before. But Bimmy, as you're talking about, Max, man, 915 damage, really stepping up for the team.
Yeah, he was real angry he didn't find the limited iPhone. He was really mad about that, apparently. And he took the really good off angle. He was making sure that for Romanian Men, the winner house could not move away. Doom were in a very nadeable dip also. So there's a high ground available in the circle at the late game. Take that position. It was Bimmy and Ghoul in particular. Those two players really stood out as trying to get the off angle, trying to make sure no one could really push in their position. And this is also, you got to keep in mind, XTEAM without Zombie. And Zombie, there was a very clear standout, I would say, from those really good games they had in Super Weekend 2. So, man, having another sub, which is Bimmy, that we haven't seen too much of, actually perform this well. It's pretty fun.
I don't
Am I mixing up
XTEAM
something?
played in last Super Weekend.
Sorry, not the last Super Weekend. The Super Weekend one was it? Yes.
Okay.
Max,
I was gonna say, I don't know what
confusion.
Super Weekend
Am I
you were
confusing
watching.
something here?
You're a very confused individual. Max, can you say Ghoul's in-game name for us?
Siox Ghoul.
No. Anyway, never mind.
Is it? It's like Hunter x Hunter. It's like COX School.
Oh, that could be it. I don't know.
Is that what it is?
Kaio X School.
Kyo Si School. No.
But he doesn't even play under that name. He plays on like Siox something.
That's close. Yeah.
It's like Dutch. You just have a
Pronunciation
lot of
on
phlegm.
point.
Yeah, thanks.
This is a weird segment.
Yeah, very weird segment. All right, let's move on from this one, from XTEAM. I mean, obviously, they're trying to requalify to Super Weekend for their second time overall. A team who could technically be knocked out of top 16 if they don't qualify. So this gets them set onto the right track, but can they maintain that track? We'll see over time. But two teams who are on a very weird track, more of forget placement points. We're just looking for those eliminations. We're looking for those dollar bills, as Claris mentioned before. Game Lord and Big putting up some massive eliminations in that last game. Let's take a look at maybe their head-to-head stats and really show you how things kind of broke down. I mean, damage was insanely close here. Eliminations slightly in favor, well, heavily in favor of Game Lord, even though they had less damage done. I mean, these two teams are just running around the lobby, in my opinion, just throwing their weight, showing every other team out there, like, you just can't compete with us in a head-to-head fight.
I was sort of hoping they would collide in the end of this game as well, because you got Big coming in from the kind of southwest side. You got Game Lord coming in from the northeast side. I thought they were on a trajectory for collision, Jason, but not to be here. properly for this game. But yeah, Big was taking names, taking out Unicorns of Love, I do believe. Game Lord, it feels like they're always taking names when it comes to Miramar. Like, they're coming in from these sides, these circles, usually that northeast side, when it comes to these kinds of locations of circles. And anybody running into them almost feels like they have no chance. And when you're going up against Victor, when he's back on the field, he's a dominating force.
Yeah, I mean, Game Lord is clearly a loose cannon, right, as we talked about on the pre-show. They're loose cannon going into this third week, and I think Big are somewhat in a similar position, right, where they know they're already qualified for the league finals here. In the Super Weekend, they're going to be mainly aiming for those big chicken dinners to get that $1,000 per win. That's going to be the main focus of this team. But man, Victor really wanted to make a statement, though. He's not on break anymore. He's back, and he's back for those wins.
I think what's so crazy to me about these two teams, though, is the fact that, like, they don't really need to care about placements. They literally run around getting eliminations and just qualify for the Super Weekend off that alone. I mean, Game Lord's on track to do so. Big, I would assume, as well, especially once we end out this day. Like, they are really such a formidable team, and we're not seeing many teams be able to combat against them. What I want to see, though, is TJB doing something like that, because we know they have the power and the strength to do it, but they haven't been able to do it successfully yet, I'd say. I mean, we do see, like, the early fights, yeah, like they can take down 5 threats and stuff, but we're not really seeing them battle against some big teams. But either way, maybe we'll see it coming up, Clarus.
Especially on Miramar, where we looked back when they were Panda, and we thought that this was their battleground.
It was their map.
It was terrifying to go up against them, but it's not that terrifying just yet here.
Okay, let's take a look at our schedule. We still have 3 matches left to come today. Coming your way, it's going to be Erangel next, and then followed up by Miramar, and of course, Erangel for the final match of the day. Now, obviously, we're going to see Group C sitting out, so we'll see which teams are there. No Romanian Men, no Clear Vision, no RESQ, no Unicorns of Love, but we're still going to have, well, I think, Group D coming back in. So my site going to be on 5 threats. You got to put up a big game. We saw Team do so just this last match. You got to be able to do so yourself if you want to make it into the Super Weekend, and of course, fight your way into top 16 to get into the finals. But it is now time to head over to our commentators to kick off match number 3.
Hey, there we go. We're going right into match number 3 for another Erangel. I skipped out on the Miramar. I was like, you know what? No, I'll take an Erangel later. I'm going to have to serve my time in the next game, though, so we should be all right. Imperium, we're getting underway. We're getting closer and closer and closer to teams making that final move towards the top. Obviously, XTEAM getting that result in the last game, a good start to put them in the next Super Weekend.
Definitely, as well as SWAT 69, even Super Young roster, even to an extent a couple of others. It is very much about the teams who are hovering on the edge of not making it into the finals, or at least making things extremely harder for themselves. They have stepped up today, and Blank has touched upon it in both games, and I think he's dead right. Teams around that part, to an extent, are playing more of a central play style, locking down compounds because they know that there's a lot of big hitters. Eastern Stars, Game Lord, Big, even to an extent Unicorns Law and TJB are more playing the edge of circle play style, and it can be incredibly difficult getting past those teams.
Absolutely. It is going to be a set of trials laid at the feet of our potential contenders, but we will be getting into the game with a playing path coming from the northeast corner over from Stelba all the way down to middle of the west coast, just north of Quarry.
That's what makes the journey for Vamos and RESQ, and even to an extent for Romanian Boys, that much harder, because they're currently lying 18th, 17th, and 16th currently. 71, 71, and 55, should I say, for those 3 teams. So not only if 2 out of those 3 teams make it through, it's so much harder for the solo team, but you do have to, and I alluded to it the last game, you do have to consider if Team Doom make it in, right? That is that kind of threat, or that is that kind of team that could have an impact on the result and the position for those teams that are fighting for that 16th spot. Playing path is up and towards that northern side of the map, so it's obviously going to be more difficult for the likes of Penta. Not so much difficult for Shockwave because they have their Sarky secondary drop. But yeah, teams that want to land on the south side, it's a bit more challenging.
A little bit of a spread on that western edge, as we see.
Oh, okay.
I feel like we know what's just happened there. It's going to be a remake, most likely. So we're going to be getting in and with a different plane drop. I mean, it was like, hang on a minute. We've been to Gatka Fields circles so many times before. We're not doing it again. We're done. We're done. We're just going for another game.
I admit,
just go.
That was me. That was me. I pressed the restart button. I was like, I don't like the plane path. I want to give the teams another chance.
Right, well, we'll go to a short break whilst we get the lobby remade and set up. We'll be back with the game. Okay, we're back in with the plane path. This time, it's going to be going from North Middle, just to the west side of Severny, all the way down to Milta Power in the southeast side of the island. And we'll be checking out where these drop spots are going to go. For me, we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen with these teams in this current lobby. Where are these teams going to drop? We're back in with 5 threats. Are they going to maintain that same drop spot in North George?
I really hope not. Please don't let them go towards North George. I know they pulled off, or at least Luna herself pulled off a little bit of a spicy double crossbow knock, but it's not worth them fighting for North George. You could even go to South George if you wanted to, but either way, need that plane path. Really not the best once again. Guys, I tried. I only have so much power. I'm not like Maxman with his curse. It is limited for me. I tried my best. You're gonna have to wait another game to get a plane path, to get a better plane path. Still good for Shockwave as they head towards Zarky. Big going to Severny, one of the best plane paths for them, of course. And for Romanian Boys, opting to go for Stalbar Kameshki because that kind of southern, southwestern drop is very, very much out of bounds for them.
Looks like 5 threats are on the north side of the Georgia Pole Split River. And again, a western circle. They're going to have time to operate around here. They're notably further east than North George right now.
Yes.
And the vehicles seem to have been claimed by TJB in that engagement early on. Looking down to the southeast, you've got XTEAM moving away from their west split we saw in the first game. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
No.
Oh, dearie me. Goodness me. 5 threats, losing a player early. But XTEAM actually have now gone southeast instead of staying on that western split that we saw from them before. They're going to be contesting with Eastern Stars out there for that sort of area. Real Tigers 9. Game Lord sometimes rotate down there through that area. They've got FTY to worry about. And SWAT 69 and PENTA both looking to go to Military Island.
X-Team have dropped in Milta before. It's pretty much that or the western side of the map. Those are their 2 drop spots. FTY are joining into this game as a full team. This is their first game of the day that they're going to be competing as a full team, and they need to really make it count because they got 0 points in the first game and they got 2 points in the second game. And I know from talking to Kale, I interviewed him as well yesterday, and that will also be out on my Instagram at EVT_Imperial. No judge, wink, wink. But anyway, I talked to him, and I know that he and the team, their aim is to get to the 3rd Super Weekend, obviously, but also to focus on getting more chicken dinners. They broke that duct in Super Weekend number 2, and they're looking to improve on that in Super Weekend 3 should they make it in.
I mean, oh, dear.
Oh, okay. Looks like my powers are stronger than I thought, John.
That's unfortunate. Okay. But another chance to fight for 5 threats to have a go at a game, you know? Why not? Why not? You know what? Take us away. We'll see you when we maybe have a game. I don't know. Next time we have a plane path, we'll see you. Hello, and welcome back to maybe a game of PUBG Mobile, where we seem to be rolling the dice on whether or not the lobby can stick. This time around, we have another plane path for you on the west coast middle, all the way out to Lipovka, cutting the island in half. Let's hope it stays.
worked. It worked, John. I did it. I didn't realize my own powers, but I got a good plane path for the guys. You can all thank me later. Now it's up to you all to put in the hard work and use the gift that I've given you all to get a good result.
Oh, so magnanimous there, Imperium. Good job. Great to see. Super young roster out early. Probably going to head down to Primorsk. They tend to go around there. Oh, dear. Why? Honestly,
look,
what is going on?
Maybe I'm too powerful. Maybe the game can't handle my power. I don't know what to tell you, John. I'm running out of BS right now. So yeah, I'm just trying, dude. I'm just trying.
No harm. No harm, no foul. Doesn't seem to be going our way today. You know, this game 3, really, really troublesome, eh? Maybe we'll get another game at some point. Maybe we won't. I just can't tell you at this point.
Look, if there's one thing that genuinely that is good to see is that the competitive integrity is there, right? We can kind of meme on it, we can have a bit of laugh, which is all well and good, but the most important thing is that all the players are able to play the game in the best way. So if the room needs to be remade because there's a bit of an issue with connection or otherwise, then it has to be done, whether it's 1 time or 5 times or 6 times.
Around we go for another roll of the roulette wheel here for the PMPL.
How much health will you lose if you jump out of the Novo Tower platform?
So you die. You lose all your HP.
80 HPs.
How long can you stay underwater before you start losing health?
I guess 10 minutes.
10 seconds.
How long does it take a player to bleed out once he is knocked during the first zone?
So maybe I will say 30 minutes.
45 seconds.
What is the maximum number of vehicles that can spawn inside Pachinki City?
We're jumping the Pachinki actually, and I will say like 50.
2.
How many different types of scopes are there in the game?
I would say 10.
7.
Oh, there we are. Sorry.
Okay, we're here.
We're jumping straight in. We're going to look for another plane path to think that we might get a game. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, we've had 3 goes now. You're right. You spotting the plane in the sky?
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at the sky to see if there's a
It wasn't Superman, was it? I know that's an easy mistake to make, but
Oh no, it might have
Wait
been a
and see.
bird actually. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Yet to see this plane path come up on our map feeds. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're waiting for these players to get into the lobby. But until then, we're chilling. We're big chilling.
Chilling, but it also does add a little bit of not pressure, but it does mess with the player's mind sometimes, right? When you go from one game to another, or even if it happens to be your first game of the day, you get into the lobby. You know, there's that wait time in the lobby, that's all well and good, but you go into the spawn part and you're like, you start to get focused, you start, you know, to get ready, and then boom, room remake. And if it's over multiple times, that does mess with your head a little bit. So it's important that players and teams and IGLs continue to focus and go, look, doesn't matter about the remakes, you get into it.
Lucky number 4, southeast plane path heading up towards the middle of the west coast yet again. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm not talking about it.
To see.
I'm not
All the
talking
way up
about
to
it.
George.
You know,
Yeah, we're not even gonna break it down.
No.
Lovely
Just-
weather.
Actually, apparently there were storms in the UK over the last couple of days. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, it's been a bit nippy. It seems to be turning around now, though. I mean, it was
Good.
some rain, but nothing we're not used to, eh? Hey?
True? Oh my god. That was so English. It's great. Hey, hey.
Oi.
It's going to obviously be positive for Eastern Stars. They're going to have an easy pathway up to Milta Power. XTEAM once again going to Milta. Swat 69 going to take over Nova, which is pretty good. They've had a great start to this league week 3, a 21 pointer in the first game, followed by 4 points in the second game. So that's 25 in 2 games. And when you get that in 2 and you still have 6 more games to go, you're only looking for another, I'd say 25 points max, absolute max 30 to really secure a spot in Super Weekend 3 for SWAT 69.
Looks like we might have had a little bit of a change of heart. No, 5 threats are out at late. There we go. They are dropping maybe South George here, though. Circle, South, a little bit more on the shift. A lot of that military island still in the circle. SWAT 69 and PENTA will be claiming that area of the map. And again, XTEAM back to Milta, close to the Eastern Stars, just like we were on the first time round.
FTY gonna have to be careful. They have a pretty big split on the coastal line of that mainland, and being aware, Real Tigers 9, XTEAM, Eastern Stars all to the east of them. You have Giants now. Giants do tend to take their time rotating, but with this phase 1, Giants could easily shift down south to that kind of Pachinki Hill, and FTY could very easily get picked off. I know there's a number of pocket buildings that individually they're going to be looting up, but you really got to think in this game alone, timing is going to be so important for FTY getting a good result, and they do need it.
Oh yeah, there's so many teams that need it as well. Performance at the best of times. Still not the easiest thing to achieve. Eastern Stars on that Milta Power split. They're going to be chill for now. No teams really close by towards one another at the I think the closest group of players is on the southwest corner of the map right now for Romanian Boys, Super Young roster, and Shockwave. All a little bit grouped up. Interestingly, Shockwave didn't go to Zaki this time.
Oh yeah, now it was obviously going to be far less accessible, and with TJB taking over North George, at least at minimum, a lot of course 5 threats going to South George, it would have made far less sense for them to go to Zaki, but it's still something to point out.
You're saying that like it makes sense for them to go to Zaki in the first place.
Look, we're not going to go there. We've spoken enough about it, John. You know, like, we're going to be looking at cyberbullying if there's anything more said about Zaki. That's all I'll say.
I don't think it's possible to cyberbully a fictional location.
No, but if anything to stop... I don't know, man. I thought I'd go desperate on the angle. You expose my flaw. Damn.
That's right.
You're more intelligent than I thought.
If there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I am a pedant. Furiously so, and I won't let it drop.
It's fine. I appreciate the commitment. I very much
Just like
do.
I won't let you drop in Zaki, but we're going to be getting back into the game in PENTA on the military island, the complete diametric opposite position of the map on the south side. Interesting shift that they might have to make here, given that there were so many teams crowded around that western bridge exit. Not around the actual exit, but around the areas surrounding it, they might have a tricky time making that western break.
They do have arguably the trickiest position because it still encapsulates a good, 40% of the circle, right? Between the water and the actual military island. The safest option for them to do right now is send one player to the southern edge of that western bridge, just scout across the way, and in my eyes, wait for phase 2 to pop up. If phase 2 shifts massively over towards the northwest, what they could do in theory is shift back over to the eastern bridge and make that rotation in. Either way, I still look at this as being the biggest challenge for PENTA in this PMPL so far. We saw noticeable improvements from them in the second Super Weekend when it came to general smoothness of rotation and aggression around it. And I hope that is reflected in this game in how they handle the position they have inside the military island.
Ramos in school, yet to make their break to Ruins, and Team Doom just a little bit further north might slow them down a bit on that, depending on how fast they opt to leave this location. In general, that is the path they've taken. I wonder with the circle a little bit further south if they're going to go to a different spot, but maybe they're just going to try and take control of Rosakill and take out Team Doom early.
It is important, even though we've seen a trend of a number of teams kind of going quite center in these games for the most part. I think this is one of the few games where you don't really want to be too centralized. Yeah, okay, Fairy Pier Hill is in around the center, and I get that for Shockwave because they've already dropped there, but teams rotating, let's say, from Roshawk area, from around the northeast eastern side, you don't really want to go too deep in the center. I think you're able to utilize that more edge of circle movement to wait for phase U to pop up to get a bit of an idea on where it goes. There's a good bit of a gap between Real Tigers on and let's say Giants where you're not able to see anything. I know that can be standard, but even more so when you have Potato Hill in between those two areas, it is tricky to go deep in that area. So sticking to the edge for the likes of Real Tigers 9, Game Lord, XTEAM, and Eastern Stars does make sense in this phase 1.
PENTA making this cross, and actually fairly successfully so.
Okay.
Looks like Terminus will have scouted this out, so Shockwave should be aware that they've made this cross, that they've made this push. And now it gets a little bit sketchy for PENTA. Are they going to have to take this fight? Are Shockwave going to force this? Or are they just going to disengage? Allow PENTA in and take control of them later. Because right now, they are in some fairly prime spots coming to this next circle. Taking control of this ridgeline, I feel like is very, very strong for PENTA. And Shockwave have now allowed it.
It looked like Shockwave weren't exclusively set up for a bridge camp, which I really appreciate with Shockwave because especially if you get tunnel vision for a bridge camp, yeah, okay, the benefit is that you're potentially stopping team from making it across, but you are sacrificing, at least in my opinion, a bit of a longer term prospect of controlling more of the circle later in the game and more teams later on in the game. So I appreciate with Shockwave and props to PENTA. We saw what they did against SWAT 69, if you remember, in one of the Erangel games, as far as I know, in the Super Weekend, where they pushed in, and okay, SWAT 69 in that game were really not ready, but PENTA were a lot more aggressive with that, and it seemed like they rotated in this game as a full squad pretty much right after each other, and they knew where they wanted to go, and that's a good start for PENTA. Big respect to them.
Talking about that bridge camp, I'm looking at the moment at XTEAM's position over on the eastern side. You can see they are right on that mouth. They've moved down from Milta to this position, and it feels like they're targeting SWAT 69 right now with this position. Eastern Stars might be able to get ahead of the game on that front because they have done this. So this is the trade-off that you were talking about, Imperium, about what are they going to be able to do. I'm also looking at Giants and going back to something that Blank said in the first game that we had. They've been in Pachinki. They have not had the success that you would expect from the Pachinki team on these sorts of circles.
Oh my God, that phase 2 shift down south. It's looking more heavily like a military island finish. PENTA, are they going to get back into vehicles and move straight across to that military island spot? It seems to be the case. And this is why, even though I never predicted or expected this is why holding on to the edge of the early circles on what was an initial phase 1 makes sense. Because as much as, yeah, okay, X-Team possibly looking for a bit of a bridge camp on SWAT 69, it was more about giving them more options and more of an exit strategy into phase 2, phase 3. They're going to benefit from it. But SWAT 69, they could, of course, bridge camp them from the other side.
Yeah, I mean, sure, there's some value there, and we'll get back to it on the end of this fight, because at the moment, X-Team, they held the mouth of this bridge, and now they're going to have to hold it from the north. They weren't expecting this, but they are kind of set up for it. Atthis goes down, then they not finding Beg for Mercy, and Doran falls as well. Kapahala on the off angle. I feel like X-Team are going to know about it. Octavian pushing in. Kapahala has the rooftop, will pop a couple of shots in to allow Octavian to maneuver around the side. Beg for Mercy spotted out, but so is Octavian. Nade cooking. Wants to send it.
Poor by Eastern Stars. They should know better. They went in quite blind. Yeah, okay, it might not have been an exclusive bridge camp, but clearly not enough scouting was made, and Kapahala is on his own. Nightmare is going to chuck up a nade on the roof of that building. There should be Eastern Stars out of it.
Ooh,
Not
no.
quite. Gets in the doorway in time.
Still not great. Nightmare on the ground floor. Octavian not resible. Wants to go for this first aid. Holding on out on the balcony, and I feel like Nightmare knows. Kapahala knows as well, though, and he's going to push. He takes the initiative now. Sprays around the door frame. Knows that the fadeaway came down the stairs. Nightmare back on the ground floor now. As Kapahala sends back out to the balcony. Nightmare, it's his turn to take the initiative. Kapahala gets some more stims off. Reposition coming through from the rest of XTEAM. And there's the spray around the door frame. Position now known. Baits out the shots. 2 more from the ground floor. Kapahala on the balcony as they send out wide. They will spot this. Force the fight. Hits the drop shot. Kapahala safe inside. Nightmare falls. Octavian yet to bleed out. Oh, he pushes out, but there's going to be an angle there. Needs to hit the deck and needs to be careful, but no, it's spotted. Finally. Beg for mercy. Handles it.
I'm so frustrated at Nightmare. So frustrated. As it was going through in my head while you were talking, I was thinking, okay, good job, Nightmare. You were pre-firing around the corner without pushing in while the rest of your team was joining up. Then when they made it through, I thought, okay, keep one on the outside, push one inside. The Nightmare goes for a 1v2 push. But in the end, he goes for a solo play into Kapahala. Why? Why do you feel like you need to do that? Why do you feel like it's the best option? You know, what are you really benefiting at? Yeah, okay, you win, cool. But if you lose a player and your team suffers more for it. So misplayed from Nightmare. Next team, once again on the fight.
They are going to have to keep on holding out, and it's another big team to stroll straight into these crosshairs, but this time Game Lord seemed to be better equipped to handle it. X-Team, they've taken a couple of knocks, they're giving it back as well. Beg for mercy, wants the res. They've lost Nightmare, and they will be a little bit weaker for it, but with 2 players from Game Lord falling down, people are not expecting X-Team to be here. There is no read on this.
There's no read, but also I look at this and I go, why are you thinking a bridge rotation is going to be a good idea in phase 3? Whether it's on the mainland side or the military island side, you gotta presume that a team is going to be in some way locking that area down. City from Eastern Stars, City from Game Lord, and just honestly, not PMPL level plays from both of those teams. X-Team, they've dealt with it very well. Poor from Nightmare, props to the rest of the team.
I feel like these are 2 of the best teams in the PMPL. To say that it's not PMPL level plays, I feel like that might be going a bit too far on that one. Team Doom
maybe it is.
eliminated.
Maybe it is, but
you scout it out. You don't see vehicles set up on that bridge. You're probably expecting people on the other side of the bridge. Yeah, they're coming in late. You expect those teams on that bridge to have moved in. I feel like if it's the fact that Game Lord did it without being aware of it, I feel like that alone makes me feel like there's not something going on. But TJB coming into conflict with Big. Beast is down, but TJB taking the worst end of this trade and left with just 1. Leng X still standing. And into the vehicle, wants to get out of there on the buggy. Resible for Big, and they'll stay alive with 4. Giants very close by. Oh dear, Leng X in trouble now. Wheels getting targeted here on the buggy. Not going to go down just yet, but Giants have this around.
Good play by Giants, good play by Big. Poor from TJB. This is, of course, TJB. I'm less surprised with this from them. They play split. They don't seem to do much about it at the best of times. It's only when it really falls in their place. In the end, they go down. 4 Romanian Boys also follow suit, and 5 threats pick up that squad wipe. 4 elimination points for 5 threats on the western side of the mainland across the bridge. Penta will be able to camp them though on the other side. So 5 threats, their journey is far from done in this game alone.
Big trying to control Real Tigers 9 on the North Shore. But time is of the essence here. Moving early can be the difference maker. But then again, it could come back to bite you. Real Tigers 9 not going to get across. 5 threats have established control of that crossing on the western side. And they do let one player through short, but they've split Real Tigers 9 in the middle, and they will force them to play separately.
Okay, so I think a lot of the early madness, for the most part, has been done. The next circle pops up. It shits down south. At least it's a cohesive military island finish. Penta are going to be able to at least benefit the most from this super young roster swinging in through the south. I believe they took a rotation from Primorsk over into the southern side of the island, and they've avoided all of the action. That's some good variable play from super young roster if that was the case. Also got to give a good amount of respect to FTY. They swam across from the edge of the mainland, and they've reacted very well to these first early circles.
A little bit of a stunt pulled there by one of the 5 Threats players. Getting across the bridge, I mean, that's an achievement in itself, but low on the HP bars.
No.
Talent in an open field. Yatum very close by, and the players of Penta roll it down. Flat like a pancake.
Yeah, we knew that was unfortunately probably going to be the case from 5 Threats. I said their biggest test was in front of them, and Anto is just going to look to get away with it. It seems like Penta are chasing them, which, hey, go for it, Penta. Why the hell not?
Nobody else is on this beach coast as well. And Manu's getting not only the chase, but the scout on this location. And they're going to know that there is not really that many players here. No teams have managed to make that swim just yet. Giants and Vamos close to making landfall. But that's going to allow Penta to move into some pretty strong locations.
FTY, it's really important that they win this fight, and that's great nade from Shinyo on to PNL. Schofield, as far as I know, last player up for SWAT 69. Mizodix is going to get knocked. Addis looks for it, turning on in, pushing on through. First aid being played out by Schofield.
Will be able to get it off. PNL not resible here. And it's isolated in a 1 versus 1, but it's not going to go well for the remaining SWAT 69 player. FTY, 4 players alive, really strong compound, looking good for the game.
It means that the big part of the reason why they needed to win that engagement, not only does it just take another team out of the lobby and gives them a little bit more area of control, but this 2-2 split that they're going to be able to hold down either side of the road is perfect coming into this late game. You're going to be able to get so much information, so much control. I know there's a couple of hills either side of them, but it's great for FTY.
Anto has managed to get into what is not a terrible position here. Giants, they've left Salazar all the way out back to spot the players on the cross. I don't think he's going to be able to make the swim afterwards, so they are really spending that player chit to be able to get into this next one. Anto does go down, so 5 Threats are eliminated, and we'll have to see what Giants can do to stop this beachside camp.
Yeah, Penta just getting kind of free elimination points from players swimming through the water because of what was a very southerly shift on the previous phase. So really eliminated the players from being able to camp out in the water. Big Giants, they're all suffering death and destruction in their own lives. And okay, I said it a little bit dark, Jesus, but Giants down to just a solo.
Ulysses is on this coast, but remember they still have Salazar on the far side, so we'll see how far he can heal into this. I think he only had about 3 first aids last time we checked in, and those are going to be dwindling very, very fast as Giants losing their players on the crossing. Vamos as well suffering, but they do manage to get a foothold into this side of the island. Laurence popping that smoke forwards. Penta haven't controlled this area yet, and there's no one really directly in front. Super young roster on that south side. Okay, yeah, there you go. The last player from Giants falling. Laurence spotted out by the players from XTEAM.
Penta full squad, FTY full squad, super young roster, 3-person team, XTEAM as a 2-person team. Super young roster have the biggest potential to control this late game. They're on the high ground. They have a good split on that south side, but I think it's important that they look to find a bit of engagement onto Penta. FTY in the hard cover of the buildings means they're less likely to be spotted out, so that's why I look at super young roster when they do push 1 or 2 players in to the edge of a circle to get a bit of a stranglehold onto Penta.
Penta have been really, really solid so far on their holds, on their pushes, I think on their movements as well. Probably one of the better teams so far in terms of rotations this game. It has been very tricky for a lot of squads, and they were in a prime position for it. But they have made those good decisions.
They certainly have quickly reacted to circles. They've been quite aggressive in controlling. 3-1 split they hold on to right now. 3 on the northern side of the road, 1 on the southern side of the road. Once again, perfect. It's the kind of split that is really viable for this late game when you have the road in the middle. And the 3 players that are on what they feel is a more committable northern side makes sense. It's just outside the road building, the buildings that XTEAM look to push into, and they will hear those vehicles and they'll be able to react to it.
Super young roster trying to ingress on the southwestern side. And Olendo's going to send out wide, right on the edge of the blue. 4 teams remaining. XTEAM with 2 players have made it to some buildings here. I assume those are the buggers they've used to approach, but that is very, very good news. Penta repositioning.
I don't like how quiet Super Young roster have been. I get that now the time to be aggressive has kind of been missed, but I thought they would have been able to push in on that edge of the circle like I highlighted a bit earlier and done something against Penta. Manu joins up with the rest of his team. The next circle is about to pop up. Will it go north of the road, south of the road? It goes up north. That's great for Penta, XTEAM, and FTY.
XTEAM looking to take a couple of shots potentially to this Penta position. The smokes are on the top of the hill, so they'll know that these players are here, trying to do something. Super young roster, a long way to go.
And because Super Young roster have FTY directly in front in the hard cover of the buildings, it's going to be isolated challenge for them.
Beg for mercy goes 1 for 1 on the trays, but that's no good. XTEAM with only 1 player left. Manu low, but they finally get it done. Penta pick up more eliminations. 14 now as XTEAM wiped out from the buildings on the north side. Super young roster in the meantime, they've swung all the way out to the eastern edge. And now FTY have their attention sent that way. 3 teams remain and a lot of players still per team, but with a knockover to Super young roster, FTY want to bring it down to just the 2 of them.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen FTY maybe send 1 player a little bit further out earlier on, but they're going in for the push. Nox gets a knock on the Hamodi, and that's going to allow them to control a little bit more. Maybe a bit late, but good play by FTY.
They move in with 2. They get that opening elimination or opening knock anyway. Super young roster, 1 player alive, Elendo, bringing another back into the fold. 0 stands up. And now the 2 players from FTY looking to use that open ground advantage. Smoke's blooming. Hamodi not flushed out just yet, but we'll be giving that info over to his teammates. He can pop the nades in. Nox taking damage. This is because they haven't flushed out Hamodi. He's allowed to tell them this information.
Finish the elimination, not only grab the point, but take away the information. Nox gets knocked because of the drop nade being fired up by Super Young roster, but of course, it's still not comfortable for Super Young roster. They Penta on the north side.
Penta are moving in now as well. You're right, they are crunching in. That pneumatic vice, the jaws closing. FTY with Nox going down, though, are at diminished power in this scenario. Super young roster, they have some ridge lines, they have some smokes up to stop the FTY vision, but those smokes will run out. That time is ticking.
I appreciate this 2-on-1 split from FTY. I don't think Zodox is doing enough. However, yes, he has the hard cover. He has the kind of western angle onto Penta, but I feel like he could be a little bit noisy. It looks like he's throwing some smokes that moved out of the hard cover the building into the open. You can see Penta, John, they have some great dips to work with on the northern edge of the circle. It does center up, but they are still in it with 2 of their players.
But that leaves Zodox in the zone, very close to those buildings. FTY hold hard cover here, but they have actually pushed out. They are controlling a lot of the ground in front of it as well. This is difficult moves for Penta to make, but with 14 eliminations, they've been really, really solid so far. They need to continue to do so.
Super Young roster gonna send Elendo, gets a knock over the vehicle onto Nox, but it doesn't matter. FTY is gonna respond extremely quickly now. 0Z, the last player up.
That distraction has allowed him to move in a little bit further across open ground on foot. Those smokes were popped, that res prioritized. So FTY's vision was cut down just a little bit. Potential to prove spoiler, but only one player now for Super Young roster. FTY, they have the upstairs of this building. What do you do against this for PENTA? I think
Lovely play.
Dwas just gets naded out by Addis. Zodox could just ping these going forwards. And FTY with all the control in the world.
Yeah, I get why Zodox doesn't want to over peak and take shots and end up getting knocked, because he is the oversight, the eye of Sauron for FTY, closing out this chicken dinner and getting control over PENTA.
Addis sprays towards holes, lands them. They're trying to suppress that circle window, but what can you do? Because the rest of FTY are there as well. Holes low, bleeding. Are they going to be able to get this back up? I just don't think so. 0C still alive, by the way, for Super Young roster. And those two players are a little bit isolated. With a good couple of spray transfers, you might be able to do something here for Super Young roster.
This has to be on the back of mind of FTY. Nox looks over, sees him, but doesn't connect his shots on. Now it's going to come through, and the elimination point is there.
FTY with the Eagle Scout up the top. Zodox getting that information, but the zone will push him away from it. Is he going to try and drop downstairs? Have to wait and see. Exiting that building will be difficult. It's completely open on the front door. Shinyo and Nox crawling their way around, and PENTA are getting boxed in slowly. But when you put them in a corner, they might just be able to push off that wall.
The right amount of separation is coming through for FTY, where they're close enough to support each other, but not close enough to get two players knocked off the back of a nade.
Shinyo, though. Dwas goes down to one of those nades. It could have been worse. You're right. Manu pops one out. And Shinyo knows where there's a player. In comes the push from Addis on the off angle. They need to hit one. And Addis falls down first. Shinyo now taking heavy damage, but Manu is the response. And now it's just the one player for PENTA, and they will fall to the ka-chunk from FTY. It's Shinyo with a DPS to close it out for PENTA.
The biggest thing when I look at that game is FTY are making ground on improving where they faltered in the second Super Weekend, John. We saw games in the second Super Weekend where they had control, but they just weren't aggressive enough. Yes, they won a game, but it still wasn't really aggressive enough. This game, you can see more proactivity, more confidence, that right balance of location was definitely working in their favor. But even off the back of that initial knock from Shinyo with the nade, they pushed on that. I wouldn't have seen them do that in the second Super Weekend.
Well, FTY do close down the game. PENTA, a lot of eliminations on the game, though, still doing very, very well to pick up those points and getting late into the circle. An excellent result for them in their quest for those top spots, for that Super Weekend spot as well. You can see Manu, 9 eliminations for PENTA out of, I think it was 14 that they managed to get in total.
A fantastic game from PENTA. They deserve a lot of respect for how they played their areas of the map and how quick they were to react to the circles. Yes, a lot of teams had gone down where they probably shouldn't have, let's be fair. Game Lord, kind of Eastern Stars, but at the end of the day, it was still great control from PENTA right up until the very end in that final fight. It was a weird one, for sure, and I do give a lot of forgiveness overall to these players and teams because of what was a very harsh shift. But I still look at this as going, okay, you should expect to face challenging circles, and that is a good team is dealing with some ridiculously awkward circles.
Yeah, sure. I think that absolutely. I mean, FTY, they had a fantastic compound for where the circle was. PENTA cut out most of their threats from the north side as well when all of those teams were trying to shift down south, but PENTA could not find that final hurdle jump. Unfortunately, FTY are able to take the cake on this one. The military circle goes to FTY.
Well, leave it to me to talk smack about PENTA. What a way to step up here and make me look bad. A fantastic finish out of them with a ton of points, but obviously they didn't take the chicken dinner. But it doesn't matter in the end, right? It's not like they win $1,000 per match here at the moment in league play. But FTY closing things out. And Kalaris and Max, I know you two were extremely happy with the finish of that game, just because of a certain weapon, which I don't remember what it sounds like.
Goes chonk chonk. Lovely. The DBS! Yes, Shinyo! We were talking about it a few broadcast days ago about having, you know, even just one in your arsenal across your team into the late game. It's actually an amazing gun. It's a great gun to be able to close out those close combat situations, and we see it come to fruition. Who cares about all the eliminations? Who cares about PENTA when we got to watch a DBS in the late game? Yes.
I think even Muzi was like, what is this weapon in the late game? Like, what's happening? And he missed every shot almost at the end. Great to see it used, and it is a really meta weapon. And even said it right in during that game. Is like, it would be cool to see more teams have just one player have it as a secondary weapon, because if you have to go for a breach and you got to check angles, it's like the perfect weapon. So I would like to see it used a little bit more.
What does it sound like when you breach close quarters in the final zone, Max?
In the final zone? I mean, just ka-chonk, 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 ka-chonk. You just spray, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what you expected from me, Jason, to be honest.
I don't know. Sometimes I expect things out of you and I keep getting my hopes up, but I'm just continuously disappointed. Let's take a look at the God, I'm so sorry. Let's take a look at the match results. I'm sorry, Max. Don't hate me. We got more games to play later. 27 points for PENTA, 15 eliminations, and 26 points for FTY with 11. Even XTEAM get in here with 10. I mean, we talked about XTEAM before, right? With the chicken dinner they had earlier on today, or I think it was the last match, if I'm not mistaken. Now this, like, they for sure should be into the super weekend at this rate.
Yeah, but at the very top of the standings here, Jason, let's be fair, it takes two. We've got ourselves PENTA as well as FTY with the big amount of points. I would say I really want to talk about FTY here with the wraparound that they did have. Aside from the DBS and all that stuff, it could have been very easy for them to just say, okay, we're going to try and push from the south up north. But no, the good wraparound on that east side to be able to effectively claim some high ground off of PENTA when they had kind of their back metaphorically against the wall in those moments. Yeah, it's really smart to do and just not the kind of direct gun-ho path to take. I like it.
And I would also say, Kalash, we really need to give props to PENTA in particular, because we criticized this team. Not only you, Jason, we criticized them too quite a bit about how they play Sonovka Island. And this is a team that normally drops it. This is their territory. They should know every single nook and cranny of the island here that we finished on. And they had a hard time in the first 2 weeks, but here they took control. They were controlling the Western Bridge. They moved in, denied a lot of teams who were trying to cross that river by swimming. They got a lot of their eliminations through that, potentially 4 or 5. They were a lot more controlling, decisive, and aggressive, which is what we missed in the last few weeks of play from them. So PENTA may be turning a new leaf when it comes to these very rare, but no, sometimes they do occur, these map finishes on the Sonovka Island.
Well, I mean, the thing is for them, right, why I'm like so happy to see this is the results they had in the last super weekend. They were 3rd overall in points at 163. I mean, they were 24 points ahead of Eastern Stars. They were like 8 points behind Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
This is a team who really put in work, and for me, I wanted to see it not be just a one-off thing, just it's just a super weekend. I want to see that same level of play continue into league play, and it looks like they're able to hit that and show they can do it more than just over the course of a super weekend.
And it was effectively the perfect military circle for them to exploit, I think. Like, if you look at how things worked out, we had what? Circle Shift 2 was that kind of 50-50. Is it going to the mainland? Is it going to the military island situation? That puts a lot of teams on that main island in a spot of bother. Like, okay, which side do we commit to? And then from that point on, are we then going to have to kind of move late if we have to go over towards military island? So I like it a lot.
Something that we're not going to like, though, Eastern Stars, 1 point. I actually looked at the standings, and I believe they're like dead last. They only played 2 matches, to be fair, but this seems to be a reoccurring thing happening within league play where they just don't really seem to perform, and then they go into the super weekend and they improve on this. But figure out improvement. Team Doom, unfortunately, not having any off the back of the last match. They got a good chunk of points, only 1 here. So still some matches left to go for them to catch up and potentially hold on to their position in top 16. And then Gaylord, I guess, having not so great of, well, Gaylord and Big both not having such great of a match here, Max. Not really too many eliminations, not too many placement points. A little bit of a quieter game.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to say that's almost a good thing that we're not going to see Game Lord or Eastern Stars getting those big pointer games, right? Because it's good for the bottom teams that are trying to qualify. You're not going to have that big sponge that we saw in previous league plays, right? That's going to be happening. So it's an opportunity for other teams to maybe capitalize on the fact that Game Lord, Eastern Stars didn't get a great game this time around. And we have been seeing some teams that are fighting for that top 16 position in the Super Weekend get some relatively good results. PENTA himself a good game there once again. It's good to see, but they will be present in the Super Weekend. So it's not going to be all given through that.
And Close, I know we've talked kind of while watching the matches about this. It definitely seems like some of the teams who are like for sure they're going to be in the finals, no doubt in our minds, that are playing a lot more loose and a lot more relaxed and more just like, let's just see how many eliminations we can get. Like we're not too fussed about getting through to the very late stage of the game because we know we're going to make it.
Yeah, it's given a good opportunity, I think, for XTEAM, who currently is #1 today, by the way, for an opportunity to get themselves points. FTY, Super Young Roster, PENTA, Swat 69, all of these teams are up at the top today based on what they've been able to put up. And I think, yeah, there is definitely some room for these teams to be able to get the placement points, especially if they can avoid some of these loose balls that are just charging around the map, looking for anything that's the color red and looking to shoot at it.
Okay, let's take a look at actually PENTA stats for this last match. Again, really impressed with the amount of eliminations they're able to pull off, but I want to see a breakdown and, of course, over the players. And I think we were watching this match, and I know we kind of criticized Halls for position he was holding, where he just kind of was getting shot at, and then he didn't bother to move, didn't bother to get up and run away. He just laid there and took it, which maybe inevitably caused PENTA to lose the match. But again, to see like Manu step up yet again, 711 damage. Muzi, I think we talked about as being their real standout player when it came to the Super Weekend, able to still be consistent with his damage as well.
I think, as I was alluding to earlier, Max, and I'm wondering if you agree, is that they were really able to exploit the fact that a lot of these teams had to come in late based on those land choices where they took, right? Like when we were looking through the highlights, for example, PENTA understood that, okay, there are going to be a lot of teams coming in late to the military island. We can kind of skirt the edges of this beach area, use that as a tool to be able to just blast down anybody that's in the water, or even just crash into the compounds that maybe, two have survived going into after some engagements there. So I think they understood exactly how to play that north shore of this military island.
I have the impression if this was like week 1 or week 2 PENTA, they would just maybe go a little bit more inland and just wait for things to settle themselves. Here they were actually really controlling. I did mention they did go to the Western Bridge. They controlled that. They eliminated, I believe, 2 teams. One of those was 5 threats, and they let nothing go by. They were like a net picking up all the fish in the ocean. It was amazing, the setup from PENTA. I hope they can do that a little bit more, because this is the type of confidence we want to see, especially when you have really good fraggers like Manu and Muzin, right, that we saw from time to time being the top fraggers and individuals of the team. If they can do this a little bit more often, hey, going into the league finals, you never know. You have 8 slots for the championship. That's half of the teams that will make it that far. You never know. PENTA could be one of them.
Okay, let's take a look at our total damage in the last match. I'm really curious to see FTY and PENTA, how much they've absorbed and soaked up. And I guess actually XTEAM have to add into there as well. I mean, 3 teams clearing 1,500 damage, and then just falls off pretty hard from there.
A pretty significant drop off, but you know what? I think it's mostly a lot of the teams trying to fight for position into the circle. So I'm not really too surprised. Mainly around those bridges, you've got that cork effect happening of teams trying to lock their position. Though, for elimination for SYR, they're getting a significant amount of points all these games so far today. So good on them. I think that with what they got today, there's a very big chance they're going to qualify to the Super Weekend, but we still wanted to see more. So maybe this is them coming back a little bit more in strength.
It's mostly coming from placements for SYR this day. I was about to say the full tournament, but no, this day so far, right? I mean, they've got 21 placement points, 7 eliminations, which falls short of the top 11 teams currently when it comes to eliminations as a whole. So they're very much so finding themselves decent spots to be able to play from. Yes, I've said on some of these Erangel games, they're kind of chasing the circle. And you know what? If that works out for your placements, if you can find that entry point, so be it.
I do like, really quickly, 5 threats, 5 eliminations. Like we talk about them going out very early and not be able to fight head-to-head against teams, but I'm really happy to see them able to get some consistent eliminations in this match. I mean, I think they only got 1 placement, if I'm not mistaken. But in terms of overalls, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull it up really quickly on my side real fast. 8 points total?
So far, yeah.
Really?
At least they're not dropping TJB anymore.
They do, but they're 13th place. They're 13th place at least. All right, so they're on their way, and they're unleashing the beast and becoming monsters, hopefully in the next few matches as well. Which, funny enough, actually, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL Western Europe 22. Max Ben, have you figured out how you're going to drink your next monster?
It's open.
Man, I'm thinking about it. It's yeah, it's open. I've been drinking it a special way. Maybe I don't know. We'll see later.
Max you must have been lifting weights, man, because that can look really light in your hands. You've just been getting ripped.
I know. Look at that. It's just easy. I don't know. Yeah, I've been
Easy.
lifting. Yeah.
Look at that. Ugh.
Let's look at the schedule really quickly, just to get Max off the screen. We don't want to embarrass him anymore. We do have Miramar coming up next, and Erangel after, and Group B will be sitting out. So no Big, no FTY, no Real Tigers 90K, and no XTEAM. So now with Game Lord not having Big in the lobby, I'm curious if they're going to be able to unleash the beast even further. Then it's time to throw it over to our two beasts to kick off the next match of the day.
Beasts. We are but beasts, Blank. I can't believe it.
So
have you got a
rude,
beast
honestly.
noise in the back pocket for me, or are we just gonna gloss over that?
We're gonna
It's just
gloss
not-
over that. It's fine.
Okay.
It's not a problem. I'll take Beast any day, to be honest with you. I mean, Beast from Big's looking hyper nice currently. So
Hyper nice.
hyper nice, you know, giga nice. This is the best place to be, you know. When you're giga nice, you know, you're cruising, but
Yeah.
you're cruising hella good right now. So that's what it's all about. I think Max is like, for me, it's just like watching him slowly get more wired throughout the day. As he just chugs more of that monster. And I'm going to say that that's not his first monster of the day, honestly, because it doesn't
you never
feel
know.
that way to me. And like you said, it's easy to pick up a cannon monster, which I hope it is, Max, because, you know, that's a daily thing that you might have to do, is pick up things. But all respect to you, you know, been pumping those arms, and now we're going to get into game and pump those numbers for some of these teams. We do have our playing path already. You guys can't see it yet. You're still looking at the beast on the screen, but I can tell you it's over towards El Azahar, heading down towards Los Higos, so very easterly here, John.
Absolutely. Big up those opposable thumbs, picker-uppers of so many things in our lives. And
Oh
actually,
yeah.
picker-upper of points for a lot of these players. Well, some of these players. I'm not too sure how many are thumbs, how many are claw. We'll have to wait. Well, maybe we should survey them. See just what's going on here.
Yeah.
I remember
Who
there was that
plays
whole
with
thing
11
about.
fingers?
That's right. Wasn't it that I can't remember who it was? Some very, very good player, certainly early on, was like a thumbs player,
Paraboy.
and everyone was like, "Was it Paraboy?" I think
Yeah,
I think you might be right.
Paraboy
Yeah,
was
and
a
he
thumbs
was
player.
like, "Yeah, I'm a thumbs player," and everyone was like, "What?" It's kind of nuts. I don't know.
I saw some of his gameplay actually, but the amount of buttons he has to press with just two fingers is kind of unreal. I think he has changed that now, if I am correct. If I'm not, I'd love if someone could correct me, because, you know, I want to know more about the Chinese scene. I do like the Chinese scene. It's very fun watching PEL when I can. But right now we're in Western Europe, which is just as exciting, with some heavy hitters also in this lobby. We're having some teams coming out now. Big not playing the game gives Vamos a little bit more freedom to move, a bit more room to play with. I think they've been a little bit suffocated by this team today. But we're having some interesting matches, that's for sure. And I think that's because, you know, we are just seeing a lot of these big teams, you know, right at the top, very safe. Game Lord's currently just sweeping, John, and they're just picking up as many eliminations as possible.
I mean, why not? You've got not much to lose. I mean, with the performances they've had already, it's looking good for them to be qualified in this Super Weekend. And it probably wouldn't matter too much if they didn't even qualify. But if you're Game Lord, you're going to qualify. You want to hit that double-digit chicken dinner record on the Super Weekends. That would be pretty nuts. I feel like that would be a good goal to set for yourself as Game Lord, right? You're looking at, okay, we've kind of already beaten all of these teams. Let's try and get 10 chicken dinners, get 10 grand from those chicken dinners in the Super Weekends.
I think that's where it is. I mean, the money is very, very nice, but when you've already qualified, and I think with Game Lord sitting right at the top with a lot of chicken dinners so far, John. Let's be honest. They have a,
I think
they
it's
have
6,
a fair
isn't it?
few.
More?
Yeah, I think they have 6 currently. So not quite at the 10 that Max was hoping for, but soon. Let's hope they can hit there soon. It would be nice to see that before we head into the finals, but that remains to be seen. I mean, if we're at 6 already, that's like a current 3 chicken dinner per Super Weekend average, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
You
right.
like that? Was that good?
I do like that. It's very good.
So
Excellent.
they need to up that average by 1, then they hit the 10, and then Max is happy. And then you know what happens after they hit 10? Max chugs 4 monsters in one single death segment.
Whoa,
Are you ready for that?
That's insane. No way.
It
No way.
happens.
No way. I don't believe you.
He promised
think-
me.
I don't think there's a man alive that's capable of that.
He said he would.
Oh.
Yeah. I was talking
Maxman,
to him about
Madman.
it. Yeah,
Oh,
Madman the
that's
Maxman.
fair. I heard that as well, to be fair. I did hear him promise that.
Yeah, I heard he messaged you about it.
Yeah. He actually signed the contract. I have it in writing.
Damn. Not even a verbal contract. He just went straight for the written. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. He was that sure of himself. It was quite spectacular, really.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that guy's called Happy, by the way. I feel like we're all calling him Harpy, but it is literally Happy, from what I can tell on Clear Vision.
R.I.P.
No, I'm not taking the augmented reality out of his name. I'm just taking Happy. You know, that seems the most reasonable to me. Oh, none of this VR stuff. The only VR that I want, augmented reality that I want, is the PUBG Mobile 4th dimension, where you can search for loot crates around the world. Not the PUBG Mobile world, the real world. Whoa! Isn't that crazy?
That is pretty crazy, actually.
You
That's
grab
like top
yourself
10 craziest things.
Yeah, you can grab yourself some cool prizes. Limited edition iPhone 13s, AirPods, you know, when you need to not disturb your family, but also really pump hard in PUBG Mobile. You need to listen to his footsteps sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
So get out there, find your 4th dimension loot crate, and be happy when you win. And thank me.
Specifically you and nobody else.
Yeah, you know, I'm the
that's
only
right.
one really doing it justice. I mean,
Jason's gonna have you for that.
I mean, the advert's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's fair.
Taking a closer look at the game, again, like we said, you know, league play is important for some teams. And when I say some teams, I mean a few teams. There isn't really many at this point in time that aren't super safe. Looking at this, I mean, just looking at the current standings at the moment, Eastern Stars really far down at the moment. It's a little bit unfortunate for them.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
I mean, they have kind of had this weird flip-flop personality switching, right, between league play and Super Weekends. Eastern, they always really struggle to qualify and then blast in Super Weekends. It's odd.
Yeah, it's the Jekyll and Bad League play. Jekyll and Dr. Bad League play. That's
okay. So Jekyll is the doctor, and
Yeah, I
Mr.
wanna-
Hyde is the evil one.
yeah. Well, I want a professional in my Super Weekends.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fair.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I need that surgical, precise chicken dinner action.
he wasn't a surgeon; he was a chemist.
Yeah, well, he was surgically testing for those chemicals.
Look, I told Imperium last game, I'm a pedant. Blank.
Oh, that's fine.
I know the law.
I've got all the comebacks.
I read the York notes.
Did
So we're
you?
all
Try hard.
That's right. That's right. Right
Actual-
now, in the last 20 seconds, I read the York notes.
Actual literature try hard. But yeah, Eastern Stars, 2 points. What is going on? It's practically
Not much,
horrendous.
apparently.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if they don't make it into the Super Weekend, not too big of a deal. I mean, they're second place, 307 points. I mean, yes, Game Lord is in first of 100 points above them. But still, what is their deal? Do they just not care about league play? Who knows? I feel like we've
Maybe
really
it's-
not talked about Miramar at all.
Yeah, no, we haven't. But that's kind of fine. We haven't seen too much. We saw that early rundown on a Clear Visions player.
Yeah.
And that happened. But other than that, it's been fairly quiet in general.
Yeah.
And for teams in the bottom four right now, for Romanian Boys, RESQ, these are two of the teams that we really, really needed to see something from. In terms of their Super Weekend standings, this is crucial for them to be able to make it in because they will not survive outside of that Super Weekend in this gameplay. But they need to strike out big and they need to start somewhere. Why not here? You know, they're all on single-digit points. Let's look at what 4 Romanian Boys are going to do here. Let's look at what RESQ are going to achieve on this Miramar.
I think that is a good call, John. And all things considered, you know, Vamos being in 14.7 points, by the way, I mean, it's not the best, but they're ahead of 4 Romanian Boys and RESQ. They've been harassed a lot. I think 4 Romanian Boys as well as RESQ have had some better rotational paths ahead of them, which have just gone awry. I mean, RESQ is currently, you know, this is the problem when you don't play many Super Weekends, is you don't really get to claim anywhere on the map, because come Super Weekend, people are like, okay, I know where that team plays, I know where that team plays. But for the time being, RESQ really doesn't have many places that they can go without a team already being there, already have a good rotation spot to it. I can guarantee RESQ on this northern side, they're going to be coming down into this circle, they'll find a team, they'll get pushed away, they'll be hesitant to take that fight, and they'll go elsewhere. I think for 4 Romanian Boys, at least, there is this sense of like, well, we need to fight for a spot, albeit they are still taking a lot of damage on their way in and going out fairly early. But I do think they have the right idea of it. They just need to work on the execution.
I mean, even Phil Swift probably couldn't handle that kind of damage. That's just too much.
Yeah, so you have a lot of damage, and then you have too much damage. And right now we have too much damage. No amount of tape will sort that out.
That's right. Absolutely. I mean, it is very, very tricky. I actually did just get another contract come across my desk saying that if RESQ make it into this Super Weekend, that's +1 to the tally of the 10 chicken dinners. So that's 5 cans of Monster chugged in a single death segment now for Max.
Oh my god!
If all of these things happen, I know the guy's insane.
He keeps upping the ante. I don't believe it.
Well, sometimes you just gotta put your monster where your mouth is.
Just believe it.
Just believe. I'm going to believe it. Oh, dear. Nobody will understand what we're on about now. We're really off the rails. PENTA close by to SWAT 69. Maybe looking to guard them out. It feels like that buggy shouldn't be able to sit like that on the side of that ridge, but here we are in the world where we live in.
It's PUBG Mobile, John. Come on. Let's not get too much into physics. What we will get into is the chemistry between 4 Romanian men, who currently have been very coordinated, I would say. I mean, they had an unfortunate turn of events on their last Miramar, where they were unable to close the game out from what I thought was a very good position, with Dewey dying outside in the blue. Keme all on his own. Now, this is something I have looked at and had a think about in my own time, you know, pondering with chin on the old fist. And I think that the way I see it is that Keme, yes, although a very good player, he does put himself into some very dangerous scenarios, right? And I don't know if that's a symptom of the fact that, you know, he's trying to carry the team. So oftentimes, you know, you've probably all been in this situation at home where, you know, you're playing PUBG Mobile, you are quite frankly the best player on the team, but sometimes that forces you into a situation where you're trying to make all the big plays. But by doing that, you often don't, you know, prioritize your own life, and sometimes that's what you need to do. And I think Keme is suffering from that at the moment, where, you know, he's not trying to live, you know, and sorry.
Just found that sentence quite funny.
He's trying not to live. Yeah.
He's not trying to live.
He's not trying to live. You know, you need to get the prior on the life, getting into that end game, and where Keme can shine then is in those isolated combat and scenarios, right? Where, you know, you do have this 1v1 and it's the final circle, and having 4 players alive is very, very important there. So, you know, prioritize your life. Keep it going. I know that seems like a very silly thing to say, but it is true, especially in these games. Sometimes you have players who are very overzealous.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Circles about to shrink yet again for Romanian Boys. Very central on the north side of Los Leones. And wow, that is a south shift right onto them. That is a hillside that will be difficult to control with a number of teams to their north.
This is going to be a stampede coming their way, which they will need to avoid. You can see them all jumping into vehicles now and trying to move down further south. If you can get yourself onto an outer edge of Los Leones, it's pretty good. Then again, it's like, I would ideally want to be on the south edge of Los Leones here, knowing how many teams are going to be moving down from that north side, because even if you do get into the city with a decent place to remove yourself from, you are still likely to get bombarded by teams as they come in. Already, though, there is a knock and a flush. I think that's onto 4 Romanian men there. So it's the boys versus the men.
All right, here we go. Into the fray. Not really popping off just yet. There are some angles here. Fury thinks better of taking that high ground. The knock and the flush did come through. You can see he's picking up the loot from the body there. Royal took a little bit of damage in response, but nothing that can't be salved. Should be all right.
However, first aid kits can cool down for a little while. Going forward. Tam Tam doing some work for Super Young roster. Fury very exposed here, but Redox should see this if he's using the third person to his advantage. Heading up towards Eastern Stars. Duking it out versus Unicorns Love. Already lost Reznov here. Icy just underneath. That is the prickly thorn.
The Eastern Stars have been proving to be very, very troublesome for Unicorns of Love on these rotations on this northeastern side. This is good news. Remember, Eastern Stars, they were on 2 points at the start of the game. You know what they've done, Black? They've doubled that total with these 2 eliminations.
Goodness
so this
me.
is good news on the eastern side of the North Los Leones Hill. And at the moment, there's only 2 players from Unicorns left for them to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, for some of these teams, that's on target, by the way. He's going to lob it now. Athens will get out of the way. So he spotted it, so that's good. Unfortunate for Icy. I think if he's thrown that like probably a millisecond earlier, that might have been a knock there. But for Eastern Stars, with them being such heavy hitters, I think this is a team that can quite comfortably close out a game with a high elimination count. So really, for Eastern Stars in this league play, it is just that one good game. I think that's all they need, and I think that's what they're banking on. Game Lord thus begins their descent into the circle, and as such, the absolute storm of eliminations that will follow.
Goodness me. Rob's popping the micro Uzi and will be able to get the elimination. Nice sprays there. Doran guarding out RESQ. One of the Eastern Stars has been knocked on the north side of their spread right now, and Doran will know about these players from RESQ. Don't think you want to engage with that. Is that vehicle wedged? I feel like it might be. So Doran has to go on foot.
This is a problem with RESQ once again, is that like they were on the western side of the map, now they're on the eastern side, and they're so afraid to take these fights. I think that's their main issue, is that they're just trying to get to the circle, but every time they move away, try and get to a new location on the edge, more often than not, teams are starting to cluster up now, and the longer you take to find a position to move in, the more likely you're going to run into problems in the future. Now RESQ looking to restabilize, and Doran moving back to his team. This is good for him. 4 Romanian men see the 5 threats and have leapfrogged their location further into Los Leones. So now 4 Romanian boys are dealing with PENTA, coming off the back of quite a spicy game. Unfortunately, not able to clutch it out there on Erangel.
Not just yet. But we are guaranteed now an urban finish in this scenario. SWAT 69 very much struggling. 2 of their players are down, only 1 remains. Unicorns of Love with only 1 player in the fight. I think that's Icy from the northern side. I think he's just 1v3ing SWAT 69, but goes down to the play zone. Unfortunate.
Very, very unfortunate there. Now PENTA looking over towards 4 Romanian boys' position. I think they've got a good idea of where these guys are. Unfortunately, PENTA still fairly in the open here. Not too many buildings to play the high ground from. 4 Romanian boys do have to be careful, because as we know, with this urban finish, there's going to be a lot of teams around now, all looking to take shots onto fights that are currently going on, and hopefully just to diminish the threat from areas in this circle.
Super young roster, 2 players from Game Lords, too hard to handle. Tam Tam falls. Kashi picks up the flush. Not having to res here. Excellent news for Game Lord. They're spread out on the northern side. They will have to push into the city main, but Super Young roster, their main roadblock right now. Hamodi with a nade and a fade away. Reposition from Super Young roster.
And it's so funny watching Game Lord play at the moment, John. They have absolutely no care in the world at the moment. They're just rushing onto teams. Eastern Stars take down one player from Manu on Penta.
This could be good.
The nade. Hamodi.
Oh, it's on the money. It's on the mark. Will get a lot of damage. One player goes down to it. Akashi wants to follow this one through. Game Lord still looking pretty healthy. Hamodi and Zero C, the last two players from Super Young roster. And Zero C back on that ridgeline into the vehicle, and away he goes, not wanting to be a part of this anymore. Hamodi latches onto that crate and gets up to the top of the roof as well. Now might be able to get a drop shot onto Rob, spots him in the vehicle, but there's two players from Game Lord, and we know how strong they can be in these fire pair situations. Hamodi wants to get these knockdowns, will go for the drop, but it's Trazen to win it out. Needs to pop a bandage, but goes for the first aid, and will not be able to survive just there. Might be able to get in, but Zero C going to start to move up back into the fight with a top angle onto this area.
Yeah, they have to leave Trazen behind. It's fourth zone now, so they're not getting him back up again. Robs gets knocked out the vehicle by Zero C, understanding exactly where the Game Lord player is coming from. But at the same time, it's Royal to finish the final player from Super Young roster, cleaning that team out from the northwest side. And with Game Lord being heavily fractured now in terms of team, they will be slightly less of a threat. Next circle heads down towards Tongjiabao's playing, and Team Doom, who are looking to put up some points, but again, unlikely that they'll get anything done past this league play. Vamos on that northwest edge. I mean, again, this is another team that does want to get into the Super Weekend, so this is a boon given to them, John.
TJB are very, very split for this scenario, I feel. They are really, really isolated, or certainly can be isolated by teams moving forwards. I wouldn't be too surprised if they have a tough time of it. That is nearly a perfect nade. I thought that was going to bounce off the door frame and right into Hamodi's feet. But Hamodi has to reposition, and that footstep sound will give the game away. Novallo on the chase. But Hamodi, he's got the third person up the stairwell. It's so difficult to push up these stairwells, and I don't blame Game Lord for just fully disengaging here.
Yeah, just get out of the way. Four Romanian Boys looking to take it to Vamos on this northwest edge, but they are crumbling at the moment. Two down. Keme looking to prop the team up here. Two players off in the distance. Keme can see both of them from the stairwell.
Prada with the M249. Not wanting to go for that spray in the push, potentially for Kosti's resurrection into this fight, but Keme might want a res of his own. A nade, a smoke popped in. Crossing this open ground is risky. You know there's teams all around you at this stage.
Absolutely. Royal will get back up on his feet. This is right on the edge of the circle as well, John. Tongjiabao, like you said, fairly split at the moment. In fact, they're practically playing the 2-2 right now, with GK First and Lin both propping one another up in their opposite buildings. Penta taking on Eastern Stars, have just about made it into this eastern edge.
3 eliminations and only 1 knock on their push. Penta with holds low, can't really fully commit to the push, but in goes Squass and absolutely cuts them down. The Eastern Stars probably losing 2 in that scenario. Now we're just down to 2 for them. Kapahala and Octavian, 2 very capable players in their own right, but 4 Romanian men on the ground floor on the building across the way.
Eastern Stars down to 2, Octavian, Kapahala. Looking for these nades over towards 4 Romanian men. It could be a decent nade, actually, along, but get out of the way and it bounces just off the building. 4 Romanian men scrambling away from the bullets that are coming their way.
This is such a difficult finish for all of these teams. I'm still very surprised at the distance that TJB have between themselves. But now the zone will push in on the northeastern side, as it will everywhere else. Another south shift on the circle. It's close to 5 threats. It's close to Team Doom. And TJB finally going to have to push away from their position. Oh, no. That's not what you want to see. Eastern Stars go down yet again. It's good news for the other teams, though.
Yeah, Holes just rattles all of them off there. It's probably one of the first good things I've seen this guy do in a while, which is nice to see. I mean, Penta just starting to stand back up again. They do have a team with decent players on board. I think that, you know, recently there has just been some mishaps happening all over the place. equally in the lobby, we do have some good teams with some great players that are just down on their luck at the moment. Not necessarily like being bad players, just some mistakes coming through which are being repeated. Clear Vision understand the need for smokes in this situation, considering they're right on the northern edge and they need to get a move on.
Romanian Boys a little bit split right now. Royal makes the plunge and makes it work, but Ulysses very close. 3 players from Giants alive, but they're split up right now. And Ulysses is essentially alone. Royal will know that there's a player there now. Has to swap to the gun, but it's not going to work out. 4 Romanian Boys eliminated. Team Doom on the top floor. 4 Romanian Men struggling to get through. They are just getting shut down on these pushes. Team Doom, 4 players alive.
Unreal. It's a nice shot there on the 4 Romanian Men, and that's Vamos out of only the 1 elimination. Not the result they were looking for, John. Shockwave, on the other hand, determined to make their way into the Super Weekend this time around with some fairly good results throughout the day. Shockwave currently doing pretty good. Sat in 8th place, 25 points. It's a good first league play, considering we're only in the 4th game of the day here, John.
RESQ finally eliminated now. They only had Coyote left, and that's going to fall. 10th place eliminated, so staying low on those tables yet again. Team Doom with a pretty solid position, but they've taken a knock now. TJB pushing in towards Clear Vision's location. Alking wants to try and hold this one off, but burn into the corner here. They know he's in there. Oh, this is difficult. This is so hard to operate around. Alking putting those bullets outside of the door, but when they know where you are like this, it's only a matter of time. And TJB, they get it done.
Yeah, Lin just slinks in, gets the knock. Team Doom slowly dealing with the players for 4 Romanian Men. I think they're not too worried about them either. Shockwave tried to move up.
Holes was handling TJB there in pretty handed fashion. It's going to be difficult. Chaos starts to boom in Los Leones as our finish draws ever closer. Shockwave getting cut down by Team Doom. There's 1 player out in the blue for Shockwave. Game Lord eliminated as well. 5 threats are still in this circle, Blank. They have 9 points at the moment on the total tables, and 4 Romanian Men try to hold off Team Doom as they make their strike out from the bottom of those tables as well.
Probably one of the cruelest final circles, phase 5 and phase 6. I mean, it just directly went into one of the only places of open ground in Los Leones. So the movements have to be very, very astute here from a lot of teams. Smokes are going to be crucial going forward. Giants were lucky enough to get here very, very nice and early with a very, very strong position over by the silos.
9 eliminations for TJB, 8 for Penta. They have been through it, but with only 1 player left, they are going to fall pretty soon. Shockwave eliminated, 5 teams remain.
Do you know what scares me, John? A lone GK first. That is the most dangerous kind of GK first. 600 damage total just hit for that boy as well, which is always nice to see. Now 5 threats with just 3 players. Holes goes down from Penta. They'll be out of the game as well. In 5th, 4 teams remaining. Luna tries to take it to Team Doom, but there is in fact another player there.
Luckily, there is Talon on the backup. I think that was Yatum as well from up on high. Luna goes down, can be naded. Nicely lobbed on up. They're going for the res here for all the 5 threats. Staying at 3 is going to be crucial moving forwards. And if they're going to take on Team Doom now, that's going to put them in a good spot. 2 players alive for Team Doom. Frosty on the forefront with the nade over onto Luna. Able to get that re-knock. And the Molotov on top to stop that res. The zone will crunch them in. There's no res available now.
Giants looking to move out just a little bit. 1 player goes down. Team Doom trying to move around the side here, but it's just 1 player left alive in Yatum. Now this smoke, very, very well placed early on here, but Team Doom getting ripped apart from Giants, who were just waiting for the rest of the players to come in. TJB still 1 player does finally go down. 9 eliminations though, 3rd place finish is good stuff. And now Giants look to finish the game up, moving in as a unit here, John.
Excellent. Not really anything to fault there for Giants. They got there early, they stamped their mark, and they will finish out the Los Leones circle with a chicken dinner. Chaos from the northern side as teams fell one after the other. It felt like non-stop from minute 6.
Absolutely. And to be honest with you, I'm just looking at the overall finish from a lot of these teams, and there is just a lot of points spread all over the place. So many eliminations going to many different teams here. So it was just a very chaotic game in general, John. I think that ending in Los Leones there with very open ground is rough stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult. 5 threats got very late into the game. That's going to do wonders for their points total. Sure, they kind of fell flat in those final fights. It didn't really look like they had much agency, but the crucial part is that they got there, and they got those points for placing. I think they ended up going down in 3rd or 4th. I can't remember exactly which one. I think it was 4th. That they ended up going down. But that's 8 points, and that's more than a lot of teams have in total in those bottom 4 places right now.
Absolutely. I think for this game in general, it is so difficult to actually find a good position. You can see here just from the stats alone from Giants, 1,000 damage done. It's really not a lot there. In fact, it's only 120 more than the total damage coming from Lang Z. So I would love to see a damage report after this game just to see how much damage the boys from TJB are able to put in, because I think it was GK First alone hitting 600, so it's a fair bit coming through from the guys from TJB. But a very, very interesting game overall, and I think it's one of those things where Giants gets into good position, and the rest of the team's running across, and you almost feel like lemmings in that situation because you are just going to your death.
I mean, absolutely. But Team Doom as well, getting very late. These teams at the bottom of the table, surviving late, getting a lot of points, giving themselves a chance to get into that final Super Weekend. We'll see what they're able to do. One more game to play today, and all of tomorrow's games as well. There's still a way to go.
A little bit earlier than expected, but that's because we want to talk so much about this match here, finishing off with a great victory coming through out of Giants, who was just chilled, sitting back, out of position like I am, just chilling, waiting for the rest of the fights to break down. Jace Kaplan joined by Maxman Kalaris to start talking about this last game. And again, we've had another match with like Team Doom, 5 threats, all getting extremely far into the match, a lot of points being soaked up for them, and it's looking good. It looks like it might be a couple of new teams join the Super Weekend.
Especially Team Doom, the guilty pleasure, the boys. They're going to be.
Why are they guilty pleasure, Claris? I don't remember.
Because they used to win every single one of those beach endings on the military island, and they used to make the same crossing every single time, and every single time it happened, I was like, they're going to win, and then they won. It was a great time. But yeah, they've got themselves now 44 points on the board. So that means that they're probably, actually definitely, going to be going to their first super weekend here, which is brilliant.
Nice. Let's take a look at the match standings here, Max. And that's insane, right? So that means with Team Doom in, that means one of the teams has to come out. That was normally in a super weekend. So I wonder who it's going to be. But we still have obviously some more games to come up. One more to go today. TJB, nice little 19 points out of them. What else do you see here, Max?
I mean, looking at 5 threats, right? They had 8 points before this game total throughout all of today. They already had their break, so that means they're going to be playing the last game, so there's potential for more points to come in, and here they get 10 points. Maybe also, I mean, Team Doom, I think there's a very big chance they're going to be making it to their first super weekend. 5 threats might be able to follow in their footsteps, so that's going to be really interesting to see that potentially go down, and how the fight's going to be happening at the bottom for the top 16. Because Team Doom have been playing a lot more aggressive today, getting a lot more eliminations. If they play on this kind of level, I don't know if you would agree, Kalaris, but this type of level might be enough for them to just barely sneak into top 16, right? It will be really a close one, but you never know. It depends on who qualifies at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I've got to agree just now.
I mean, looking at where they are on the standings right now, I'm going to spoil it a little bit. They're in 13th place with 18 points. Now, 18 won't be enough to qualify in the super weekend. However, the pace they're on, they should be able to do it if they can keep going. For Romanian Men, 7 points. Game Lord, 5 points. Shockwave, 5 points. Let's take a look at the second page, though, and see a couple of other teams in here. Got Romanian Boys at 4 points. I don't know what that was. Now, here's where I'm a little bit worried. RESQ, Vamos, Unicorns of Love as well. Not too many points here for these teams so far.
I thought RESQ was going to do better today, but they've got 6 points so far. So, you know what? Abandon ship. Max?
Okay, always back to me, isn't it? I mean,
it's the hard-hitting analysis you come to expect out of Clark.
Thank you.
Do you want me to just apologize to the team? Is that what we're doing now, right now? Okay, RESQ, I'm so sorry I supported you on day one. Okay, but it is my fault. I'll take full accountability. Okay, I'll have my excuse video on YouTube very soon. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're okay? All right, cool. Well, where can people find you, Maxman, on YouTube?
I got multiple, actually. Maxman Cast, that one. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you'll have like a playthrough YouTube channel one day. I'd love to see you play It Takes Two and see how that goes. Let's move on though and take a look at Team Doom and their stats in the last match, breaking down by player, just to get an idea of who's really stepping up. And you know, I'm not gonna pretend I know how to say his name correctly. Koa77 is what I'm gonna go with here.
That was good enough.
If I'm wrong.
That's good, yeah.
Close enough. Okay, 746 damage, 5 eliminations, not bad here. I mean, we obviously saw like Team Doom, they went from having like 3 elims to just shooting up really quickly. Catch a couple of teams off guard.
My memes aside about Team Doom, I'm absolutely happy to see them at #1 spot right now, and I think they could have got even more had they not been slightly unlucky with how this circle went. Right, when we think urban ending, and I was speaking to you guys about this before, you're thinking, okay, building to building, eventually one team's going to breach into another building and they're going to have this weird like fight off inside one of those buildings, right? However, this wasn't the case. This was an urban ending which all of a sudden turned into a pseudo one team moving out of a city ending, and it was a foregone conclusion. This Giants was just given an absolute shooting range to play with, right, Max?
It was definitely a weird city finish, if you could even call it. It's like a park finish inside of Los Arenas. It's kind of weird. But for respect to Doom, on one point, actually, at the very end of that game, actually, where they tried to close it off, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but there was that one smoke that actually blocked out vision away from Giants that had the perfect position from the other side of the road, right? And there was a smoke. I don't know if it was a smoke from 5 threats. I don't know if it was a smoke from Team Doom, but whichever team threw it, Team Doom capitalized around that one smoke so well to go for the push onto 5 threats, not only picking up the eliminations from 5 threats, that's extra points, but also you eliminate the entire squad, so that's extra placements to secure that top 2. So once again, I don't know who threw the smoke, but the usage from it coming out from Team Doom was, I wouldn't say perfection, but really well done. So really heads up to Team Doom on how they executed that.
What would have made it perfection then, Max?
I don't know. I'm very complicated.
You didn't want to say it.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Survive and win the game.
All right, let's take a look at 5 threats, another team, and the breakdown between players. On 5 threats, we've seen Antho, I believe, be typically one of the players towards the top, but this time Luna's going to be able to do so. I was hoping Yatum would be actually a little bit higher, considering the position she had up towards the top, the ability to provide some covering fire, but again, like some great nades, some great Molotovs, set that fight in motion for Doom.
I think I've been bringing up this point about 5 threats a lot, if it's on desk or even just behind the scenes, but I want to see more of Talon, right? Because I think that in terms of experience and the roster this guy's been on, the tournaments he's played, I think Talon should be the big leading force of 5 threats, but I've just not been able to see it. I think actually their first 2 games, he was the player to go out first almost both times in a row. And happy we had the Rio early, otherwise it would have been even more unfortunate. He would have been down 3 times. So yeah, a little bit of a rough time. I want to see more of Talon in particular, but you know what? Might be enough to make it in top 16. That's all I can say.
And they got enough points right now, right? Like 18 points out of the back of this. And did they have another game in hand actually today?
They do. They actually played
Nice,
their break game already. Yep.
Good. Well, we've been talking about, who's safe at the moment, who's not safe. Let's actually just show you guys the overall standings so you get an idea at home of who currently is safe and how far ahead they are. And Team Doom leading the way, 44 points. I think what makes it more impressive, though, again, 0 chicken dinners. And again, a really nice balance between these eliminations and these placements.
Yeah, they've had a good time in getting to where they need to be for this. And I'm deliberating in my head whether or not they could have got themselves a win. The military circle, actually, it's funny because the military circle we had on Erangel ended around near where Team Doom circles normally were ending, where they would get themselves the victories, but they found themselves like on the west side of military island, which is not where they normally were when it comes to those transitions. So maybe they could have had even more. They had their old playbook in hand.
I'm looking at where these teams are placed right now, and super young roster started off good. I have the impression they've been slipping a little bit at the end there, unfortunately. So just something to keep in mind, because you know that this team can have some topsy-turvy moments, some up and down. So I do want to see the upward trend happen once again both way up. But mostly if you're on this top page is what we've seen the trend for the last 2 league plays, right? If you're on this first page after day 1, like chances are you're going to go in the Super Weekend. So good, we're going to see some new names in the Super Weekend, which is always nice to see.
Max, they had 21 placement points and 9 eliminations. This isn't the super young roster we used to look back on, and they would be placed between 12th, 13th at the moment with just those 9 elims alone. Like that's for me, that's not a good sign, actually. I mean, maybe it's a sign of a cautious team right now, realizing, okay, we just need to get points. We really need to focus on placements.
I think that's it.
But that's not the hard-hitting team we saw in week 1 in league play.
Yeah, I think that their game plan is just make it to top 16. We just want to, try and get more experience right now to prepare for the league finals that's to play, because they're going to qualify in the Super Weekend, no doubts about it. But it is a little bit tricky, though. Looking on the second page, I don't want to see Vamos and Romanian Boys. They're both tied for 16th and 17th position right now, right in the Super Weekend rankings. And if they both miss out, we'll basically already know which are going to be our 16 teams in the finals if those 2 teams do not make it.
Well, RESQ as well. I mean, 18th, they're trying to get through the Super Weekend so they can get out of the bottom of the table. So they're under a lot of pressure. I mean, Eastern Stars, Real Tigers, 9UK, those teams are relatively safe and should be safe into the finals. So as Unicorns of Love, but it's really tough times for some of these teams. The pressure is mounting. I mean, some of them have 3 matches at the end of this next one. They'll have 4 matches left to go, and you don't want to have to depend on that final game to really show up, which you can see there, right? They'll be playing the final match tomorrow as well. So they really need to step up, maybe right here, right now. Let's hop back in the schedule one more time. If you guys are following along with the show throughout the day, you know that Erangel's coming up next. And tomorrow we'll be reversing the order just a little bit. And we're going to see, with Group A sitting out, what the other teams can really do here. Game Lord finally gets some time off. Vamos, unfortunately, we saw there not in a really great placing, considering they've already played their 4 of the day, which means tomorrow they won't be playing the last match as well. So they better sure as hell be top 16 and have a comfortable lead for any of the teams under them. But sorry, gentlemen, it is time to get underway with the final match. I did want to let you guys talk a little bit more, but we want to get the game going. So let's head back to our casters here.
I wanted to hear you guys talk more, but you know what?
I'm ready.
Are you okay there, Blank? Are you ready?
I'm definitely ready.
Are you definitely ready? You sure? I suppose, look, you needed a bit more time to recover after what was a pretty crazy previous game in Miramar, an urban finish in Las Ionas. It's not so common we see them, but also it is very entertaining. And props to the likes of Team Doom for really controlling their area quite well.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Team Doom did pretty good work, and they're continuing to do pretty good work throughout the day. So, it's looking more and more likely that we will see them in our Super Weekend, which is probably a little bit scary for some of the teams where, they're assuming that, if Team Doom make it in, then we're going to have a case where one of these other teams is going to get shunted out. And the question is who? And it's looking likely that it's going to be RESQ. But if Eastern Stars go out, honestly, even better. I think a lot of these teams are praying that either Real Tigers 9 or Eastern Stars don't make it in. So there is more spaces in the Super Weekend to start bumping up those points.
Yeah, RESQ currently in 18th so far in this Super Weekend with 6 total points, 3 games played. 4 Romanian Boys in 16th with 9 points, and Vamos, they've already played their 4 games and they're only in 15th. So you're dead right, and yeah, okay, Team Doom, they're going to make it into his 3rd Super Weekend, and they're starting on 0, and the journey is going to be tough, and their percentage chance of getting through might only be 10%, but 10% is better than 0%. So I'm with Team Doom. Bring it on in the 3rd Super Weekend.
Exactly, all the way, all the way. I mean, you've got to hit some massive points in that Super Weekend, but you know, if you continue playing like this, maybe there is indeed a chance. But again, you know, 8 games, currently only at 22. I mean, the standings are very skewed at the moment. I mean,
for sure,
over 8 games, you'd be getting 40 points total, right? Actually, no, 44 points at the end of the day. I'm looking at the last game right there. So 80 points total, double that. Oh, you know, it's possible. It's definitely possible.
Yeah,
but they would have to be popping off big time.
They would be. They would be. They would. This phase 1, blank, it has pretty much popped off now. I don't want to presume it's going to be a Military Island circle finish, because we saw what happened in the previous Erangel game. So I do hope that teams are a little bit more aware of that, and we see some learnings from the previous game, because I was wholeheartedly a little bit disappointed at how some of the teams did rotate into the Military Island between phase 2 and phase 3.
Yeah, it was a bit choppy, right? And I think that's because, you know, it was very uncertain whether we were going to Sosnovka or not. And I think these teams are like, oh, we'll just prioritize getting the Northern Island and then see if we can get some compounds there. It's much easier to secure those early on and then head into Military Island afterwards. But again, it's one of those cases where the coin flip is the difficulty. It's the real difficulty. And I think anyone that did go for the, you know, off-meta coin flip there, which was Sosnovka, was feeling pretty good about themselves.
Shockwave, if they want to, they can make an early rotation across that western bridge. Oh, okay. Am I the lowest common denominator out of all of this? In the games that I've commentated, we've had majority remakes, so I don't know if this is my fault. Blank, should I be blanked for this?
Yes. 10,000% is your fault.
Thanks.
100%. Okay, well, we're going out of here and straight into a rehost, classic rehost. No Sosnovka finish, unfortunately. I was really miffed about that. So, you know, if we do get another one, I'll be extremely happy. But in the meantime, we're going to treat your eyes to a beautiful video.
How much health will you lose if you jump off the Novo Tower platform?
90 HP.
I believe the damage you can take from there is 75% health off your full health.
How long can you stay underwater before you start losing health?
Like 20 seconds, 20 to 30 seconds.
The longest you can stay underwater is 15 seconds, and then you start losing health.
How long does it take a player to bleed out once he is knocked during the first zone?
The first zone, I would say a minute and 30 seconds, something like that.
The player can bleed out when he's knocked in the first zone in 45 seconds.
What is the maximum number of vehicles that can spawn inside Pachinki City?
Well, 2.
The maximum vehicles you can get inside Pachinki is 2.
How many different type of scopes exist in the game?
Red dot, holo, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 6 times, and 8 times.
There are 9 scopes in game.
Back on the merry-go-round we go, blank. Attempt number 2 to get the teams into the game and get the final game of the day started.
Absolutely. I mean, we're right here. We're at the finish line. The first day of league play, number 3. I always say it like that. I never say week 3 of league play, day 2. It just does not roll off the tongue for me. So I have to circumvent that by saying things that don't necessarily make sense, but do make sense to me. And unfortunately for you guys at home, you just have to figure out how my brain works. But that's okay, because at least I can bring some valuable information when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Looking at this though, Sosnovka finish, please. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. That's what
sure.
we're wanting. Because I think that would be a great way to finish off League Play 3, Day 2. I said it right that time. We're all good.
Proud of you, Blank. Proud of you, man.
We did it.
I knew you'd get there eventually. I had absolutely no doubt. Just like I'm proud that these players, and I'm sure will get into the final game successfully as we're about to hit the playing path. Very similar playing path going from south to north. It's a bit more towards the center, but arguably, yeah, similar to the previous playing path.
Yeah, I mean, this time, it's actually good. You know, I'm happy with this because the players are going to have to equally suffer again. 'Cause I don't want none of this where they don't have to suffer. Like, you got to have some weird playing paths now and again, and it would really suck if we just had a normal one for the final game of the day, especially after having such a crazy day overall so far. Taking a quick look at the standings very, very swiftly. XTEAM, 42 points. Brilliant news for them. I mean, they're in a very, very good spot right now in second place, that they are punching their ticket into Super Weekend, which they needed to do to make sure the other teams behind them didn't quite catch up and potentially even shunt them out of the finals itself. So this is a very, very important league play for XTEAM. And you know what's the funniest thing for me? It's Game Lord with 40 points after 4 games played. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think Game Lord has been playing at all how we'll see them play in the Super Weekends or the finals. They have been having so much fun this league play and making the game look easy whilst doing it.
It's brilliant. You love to see it. And with Game Lord not competing in this final game of the day, Team Doom have switched up their drop spot, taking over Yasnaya. I like that adaptation. Yeah, okay. They've pretty much booked their spot in the third Super Weekend for Team Doom, but it is great to see that they're continuing to learn, adapt, and it seems like they want to grow more confident, grow stronger in the lead up to the third Super Weekend. Because yeah, it's going to be a hell of a mountain they're going to need to climb. So this is positive.
It's going to be a big, big climb for them. And even so, like when we say they hit their double from today, and they have the same performance tomorrow, 80 points, hit the double from that because you're playing 15 games total. You know, they're just sat under, I think it's about 150 points total that they would reach, considering that they are playing at the same performance right now. Again, Super Weekend, different format. You've got all the best teams in there. Most likely Game Lord, Eastern Stars, and Big won't be pulling any punches anymore. So it's a long shot. It really is a long shot. It is. And I think that we have to bear that in mind. And also with the other teams being 70 points ahead already, they can also hit big pop-off moments. It's tough, basically, is the way to put it. But, you know, for Team Doom, it's nice to see that they're returning to somewhat older form, right? Where we saw them last season and they were having a great time of it, especially down towards Sosnovka. However, this tournament is just, it's not meant to be, sadly.
TJB heading towards North George, their normal drop spot, picking up, I think, a little bit of a drop in Alamo for the time being. Phase 1 is great for the teams because it's dead center. It complements a playing path. Unfortunately, it's not so great for us because no military island Phase 1.
Yeah, that's really upset me, actually. I'm going to be, you know, screaming into a pillow after this game because it's very, very frustrating when I don't get to see a Sosnovka finish. I miss the crab. I miss the lobster block, man. I miss the fences, which remind me so wonderfully of Bigatron and their old sweeps there. So, you know, it's all very, very sad for me. But alas, we are here in the central position and teams don't have to suffer as much. And I know I say I like suffering, but realistically, I am all for the players. And if they can have a comfortable game, that's good, especially the final game of the day when you've been playing really, really hard so far. You're having your final match of the day. This is a good way to end it. Good, clean fun.
For now, we could still have some hard, painful shifts, Phase 3, Phase 4. And that's where I look at locations and positions for teams to lock down, and there's so many to talk about. You don't need to go center in this kind of circle. I feel, yeah, okay, Potato Hill is in that big center of the circle, and you can hold out an area of it, but I just don't think it's needed for the time being. You can stay relatively close to the edge, not on the edge, but relatively close to the edge, wait for phase 2 to pop up, and then adjust your position accordingly.
Phase 1 typically is that case of, figuring out where you want to be in the circle and when you want to make that rotation. I think a lot of teams at the moment, especially with it being so central, super comfortable. Like, there hasn't been any major shifts right now, especially with it being 5 minutes into the game. Most teams really haven't moved because they don't really need to for phase 2, as you were saying. No. RESQ really the only team that's made these big movements so far, coming down towards North Rozhok, challenging out the players from Clear Vision.
Interesting. Good for now, but I would worry for RESQ. You're not pretty quickly, but you're eventually going to have Big, at least, swinging down from the north. I think part of the reason why they're going a bit deeper towards this Rozhok is because Game Lord aren't in Yasnaya, and they can at times play around that northeast of Rozhok, at least in kind of phase 2, phase 3. So I think maybe that's why RESQ are a bit more comfortable playing a bit deeper outside of Rozhok, and we'll have to wait and see if it works out for them. It's important, that they don't get tunnel vision at least around this area, and they're watching all around in a 360-degree manner.
100%. I mean, staying aware of your surroundings, very, very important here. And especially, for teams that are towards Rozhok side, having Rozhok Hill to play around with, very, very valuable, at least in this early game, especially with like some of the hard hitters coming from that north side, like TJB Big. It is important to make sure you know where they're coming from. RESQ, I do feel like it's floundering at the moment, looking for at least some place to go. And I mentioned this on the broadcast the cast with John, which was a case of like, RESQ really haven't had that much time played. No. Surely they spot that player over there. Okay, it's a bit... Oh, come on, RESQ. Come.
Look, it's more than flounder for RESQ. I really don't believe they're going to make it into the third Super Weekend. And even if they do, I would put a lot, and I mean a lot, of questions on them making it into the finals. There's so little that it looks like they've improved on. You're right that they've played few games, but it's not like, and I should hope not, that they've been twiddling their thumbs in between the Super Weekends, right? I would like to believe that they've done VOD review, they've done scrims, personal training themselves. So coming into this third league week, they are at a bit of a stronger level. I've yet to see it today.
Yeah, what I mean by not having that many games played is that, they haven't been put the reps in, but they also haven't really been able to shake it when it comes to these games. Where you're locating positions and then kind of warding off other teams and getting territorial about it. And right now it feels like they just don't have anywhere to call home. Though that is just massive lack of awareness there. I think even the player from Clear Vision was surprised, literally stood still and was like, well, I guess this is it. I've made a mistake here. There's two players rocking up, and it's such a slow get out of the vehicle to jump into the UAZ. Very much tunnel vision. Looking back at some more other teams, though, it's Unicorns of Love trying to get their vehicle back in position. However, the vehicle not quite cooperating, though in smoke, Icy's going to jump into it. Not too much more damage onto this thing, and it'll be going up in flames.
Something that, for Romanian Boys and Unicorns Love specifically, maybe got a bit more surprised / caught out on is the fact that Team Doom overtook Yasnaya, whereas coming into this game they might have been thinking, okay, that area is a little bit freer to rotate and control because Game Lord not in this final game of the day. But all teams have been able to somewhat stay alive for Romanian Boys rotating in, and phase 2 shifts down south.
Does indeed shift down south. Just a little bit of Sosnovka in this one, so not too much in it though. So a lot of this is still going to be towards the northern side. It makes me happy somewhat. That's okay. That we'll take that. Tongjibao moving down from the northwest, going to scout out on top of Everest and move from there. Lin very far behind, coming over for the South George Bridge, but he'll regroup with the team eventually. We can imagine that. And Clear Vision staying true to their vision, which is playing central at the moment, whilst the rest of Real Tigers 9 do just sit on their eastern side.
Military Ireland being inside this phase 2 is like the frosting on the top of a cake, right? You don't really want the cake, but you just want the frosting. That's what it is for you inside this phase 2. With 5 threats, they moved across from Novo. They went in a little bit deep, I feel, into this phase 2, and they're paying the price. It's been a solid enough day for 5 threats, but I'm sure they're hoping, and we were hoping, that ending this day 1 of week 3 with a strong result would leave them in a much more confident position coming into tomorrow.
Absolutely, and it's something you need coming into tomorrow, is like being confident, having that momentum coming to the Super Weekend, and carrying that momentum across. You know, a lot of times League Play Day 1 is great. It's a relief day in sense of if you get those chicken dinners first day, you get the big points, you can be happy.
Yes.
But it's realistic that second day where you can pick up a lot of that momentum coming into Super Weekend, and that's where those points are really valuable just to the morale of the team. 5 threats on the other hand, just 1 player remaining, Antho up top, and it looks like FTY looking to clear him out, who have had significant improvement overall as a team.
Antho doing some work with the M249. It's not over just yet, but now it is. Zodox gets the job done. I think FTY maybe took just a tiny bit too long to finish that fight off. It felt like it was quicker for them to get the first 3 eliminations than it was to get the final one.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, that's always the case, though, is you're trying to deal with the guy upstairs and you leave him till last because usually is the most difficult to unroot from the problem. Langzi is down for Romanian Men, looking to finish off that final player. Again, this is just a symptom of TJB with these huge spreads on their rotations. I think it's something they're continuing to do, and it's a case now where it's not really working out anymore, and I do think that Tongjibao maybe need to start thinking about how they can change this, because so many teams just rotate as a unit, and I think Tongjibao does get caught out because they don't do that. I don't know if that's because of a lack of communication, a lack of coordination, but there is just so many times at the moment where Tongjibao, it just feels like individualistic plays at the moment.
I wasn't really paying attention to how Doom were rotating, but at one point they were to the east of Yasnaya with Unicorns Alive and 4 Romanian Boys, and they've ended up on the northern crest of Roshawk Hill. That doesn't really make sense. It makes sense for Big, but not Doom in my eyes. Frosty still alive at 0, so the fight isn't over. They got a knock on the Big. Mihi, a little bit down to health. Nay being cooked up by 0. That's a good one. That's a connecting one. That's a knock on the Mihi. So a bit of an opportunity for Team Doom to turn this fight around. Beast and Mazzara left alive. We're looking at a 2v2.
Beast moves around side, has a nade in hand, looks to toss, but we'll find anything just yet. Mazzaro just slowly working his way into the buildings. I think Mihi has a general idea where these players are. Nice shots from Mazzaro will take Team Doom down to just a 1 player. But with Mihi on the floor, it's a little bit awkward. Frosty might just get this res off, though, and Mihi continues to try and scout and find that final player, and a quick rundown from B should finish that off.
Poor mistake to me for Team Doom. I get the attempt of going for the revive, but once again, to me, you don't go for a revive until you have the engagement under control. They've done a great job of putting it to an even keel, but still not the controlling situation where they could get a clean revive off, and Big take full advantage of it.
Down to just 3 players now. Big still comfortable with 3, can move down from that north side, but they will be moving into the fielded area, and currently Potato Hill's completely overtaken by the players by Real Tiger 9, so it is going to be difficult getting in for Big, and maybe even a wide sweep on the western side to come in from the southwest through the field might be a good idea. Again, though, that's a long shot, and I think for Big, you know, recently they just really haven't been taking these long rotations or creative rotations. They're just brute forcing it into the circle itself.
All the frosting was taken off the cake as it did shift up towards the north away from Military Island on phase 3. Shockwave have a 2-1-1 split down on the coastline. I think that's a very healthy split. FTY 2-1-1. Eastern Stars are surrounding one of the players on one of the farm buildings that you can see right there. But I don't think Shinyo has been... Sorry, it's not Shinyo. It's Addis. He hasn't been spotted.
This is a good position from Addis, like you say. FTY quite split though, and Addis in the back lines. I think he has to get at least a knock and then get away with it, or just slip away unbeknownst to the rest of the players from Eastern Stars. Still, a difficult approach for him. I mean, maybe he can just play backstop from here.
That's what I look at as being the best option. Hopefully he can just be absolutely silent as a mouse, wait for the vehicles to move away. He knows that Eastern Stars aren't in the circle either, so they're going to have to technically move. It's only phase 3 blue zone, so you can tickle it a little bit, but Eastern Stars players start to move away. That creates a little bit of space for Addis to start moving, possibly join up closer to his teammates.
It's a case where if Addis can move out and get a single knock onto Eastern Stars, maybe FTY can collapse afterwards. But being a 3-player, Addis really needs to put in a little bit of work now, and getting away is an important factor in this fight, though he has to still wait it out. Big versus RESQ. Coyote down, nades coming over the top, still chunking them, and now Mickey moving in with the help of Beast. I don't think RESQ's long for this world.
Oh, one of the big players does get knocked by Real Tigers 9, so the third party is there. Mazzaro goes down. Now he's left on his own. If there's one player who can do it, it's him, but it's not the case. Rescue do end up going down, but not by big, by giants.
I mean, Big flummoxed that fight big time somehow. But yeah, Giants able to finish up that final player, so north side clean. Again, for Big, it was an awkward path into the circle itself, and I think, you know, just taking a little bit too much time with it, all those fights on that northern side, being slow on the rotate. Unicorns of Love with 2 down here, Real Tigers 9 looking to move in. Septives, as well as Nazgod and Hardman, all flying in to crest this hill. With the 2 players currently down, Icy.
Real Tigers 9, Unicorns of Love, they've had their BM between each other. They both challenge each other, whether it's on the mansion area, the buildings of prison. It's been a bit of a tussle on the eastern side, sending a message to each other, but in this case, in this situation, it seems like Real Tigers 9 are going to be the ones to win it out on top. Unicorns of Love have just 1 player left alive. Real Tigers 9, they're down to 2. Can the revive come through into Harbin? Probably not going to be the case.
Now Real Tigers 9 can start to move their way off, obviously losing a few players in the process, but for Romanian Boys, 100% happy about this one. They need some more points on board, and this will be a good chance for it, considering that northeast side is now a little bit clearer. FTY, though, down towards the south. I wonder if Addis was able to regroup. Looks like he was. 4 alive there, 6 eliminations. Okay, good job FTY, keeping it going.
Or Romanian Boys looking to wrap around Real Tigers 9. You're dead right. They need all the points that they can get, not only to push Vamos down to the bottom 4 in this league week 3, but to apply a bit more of a cushion coming into day 2. It seems like they're trying to disengage. I think they hear the shots from FTY over on the eastern side, and they're like, no, we need to concentrate, focus, and take 1 fight at a time.
Real Tigers 9 moving up towards PENTA, who's gone straight center. XTEAM out, 11th. Not a big deal for them. They've done pretty well so far. Tadwas looking to take shots down the hill. Nade in hand as well, and that looks like it's going to be on target. Real Tigers 9. A sad end to these 2 players.
PENTA center. Gonna work out in favor for them. Being controlling. 2 eliminations so far. It's been a good day for them off the back of a strong Super Weekend number 2, in which Jason highlighted they were the 3rd strongest performing team of that weekend. Can 4 Romanian Boys look to continue to push in up on the northeastern side of the circle? We are about to see this next circle shift blank.
PENTA, regardless of where the circle goes, should be in a decent position to get out of there. They have the vehicles all to hand, but for Romanian Boys, you can see them on this northeast side, they have at least an idea where Penta's playing, so they can start to work from there. Shockwave with a singular fantastic compound down towards the southeast. Eastern Star's behind them on the coastal side though, so if Shockwaves do get a little bit too preoccupied with the northwest, then potentially Eastern Stars can spoil. You can see that right up there in the top right of your screen.
And I think Eastern Stars should be pushing on this sooner rather than later, because on the other hand, I think Eastern Stars could get third-partied if they leave it too late to push in on this compound onto Shockwave's position. And it seems like that's going to be the case. Penta down on the South Pachiki Hill, northwestern edge of the circle. 4 Romanian men are crashing on in. Dewey gets tickled down and a knock comes through from GK first. Third-party play. Sarah rolling around with the buggy, looking for a bit of a safe spot to go. Maybe they could have scouted a bit more before moving in. But so far, they're still surviving as a 3-person team.
It seemed like a messy crash there from 4 Romanian men, unsure what they were really trying to achieve by rolling around the vehicles like that. And even so, Explosion will take down Redox. I mean, they're just allowing teams to pepper them with bullets, and they're getting nailed for it. Sarah is able to turn around and actually hit some nice shots, but Giants rocked up behind the team of 4 Romanian men. Now Penta, 4 Romanian men, both suffering by the great giant hand of Giants themselves.
You still looking to be revived up, not going to be the case. Rana, I believe, is the last player standing for 4 Romanian men. The Romanian Brethren of 4 Romanian Boys are still up as a 3-person team. Giants won the previous game in Miramar. A little bit of a free chicken dinner in the previous one. This game, I feel, is going to be a much more earned chicken dinner if they come out on top.
4 Romanian Boys taking a massive fight. So this northwest side is really the huge issue. 4 Romanian Boys really just need to focus on living here. Clear vision, Hamodi in the smoke. Salazar trying to pin him down there. In the meantime, Eastern Stars have crashed into Shockwave's compound, so they both have a warehouse apiece. So they're in a mutual agreement of holding on to this one for the time being. But it looks like not many other teams are going to be crashing onto this location by the looks of it, considering there is absolute carnage on the northwest side.
Absolutely crazy. Giants move ever closer. 4 Romanian Boys Royale plays around, just driving in through the smokes. Giants don't know what to do with it. Penta are going to look to take advantage of it, but they're not looking the strongest right now. Great play by Manu. Hulls as well to get the knock onto Royal. Keeping his team alive. FTY pushing forward. Not quite during the circle of this next race, so they don't have to move a muscle, but Kame, he has to move to keep his team alive.
Yeah, I mean, he can't even go for the res here. Can at least go for the first aid kit. Mana's moving up very low, though. Able to run round the Tesla, but somehow Manu able to bring it back. And once again, it's the Giants' third party to finish off the 2 teams at once. But just Ulysses alive to carry on the tradition.
Eastern Stars did crash in onto the compound that Shockwave had locked down, and you can see they've taken 1 player out, but it's not enough. It hasn't been the squad wipe, and as the circle is shifted away from this compound, it becomes very difficult for Shockwave, because the likes of FTY and even the last player Giants are going to have a lot of information on both of these teams.
Octavian finishes off Ulysses in the meantime, so this guy's got eyes in the back of his head. I mean, he is on top of the warehouse, so there's some great sightlines at the moment. Terminus outside, compound. Kapahara drops down, it gets a nice little spray.
Lovely. That should be the push. That's the entry point. That's the knock on the door saying, hello, we're here to take over. Seago could still do something from a distance, and that nade connects beautifully. Tripped inside the warehouse. It seems like Terminus is crawling towards Seiko to try and get revived up. That's the best decision made, but Doran is on the swivel with the nade to put pressure on the Seiko. Trip needs to cause a distraction. His body is down anyway. He needs to make a move, but he's going to get knocked by Atlas. Maybe that's just enough time to get the revive. Not enough. Seiko's the last player up for Shockwave.
There's a timeline on this fight, though, as the circle will begin to crunch, and FTY have set up a beautiful little 2-2 off in the distance, which is going to be difficult to crack for Eastern Stars, but they're looking to bring a hammer to the party here, and hopefully they can get the work done.
It may not be the last game of day 2, but it is the last game of day 1. And Eastern Stars, they cut it close every single time in these league week games, but it's a good way to finish day 1. Top 2, 5 elimination points. They have to move in. The challenge is ahead of them. They make it to the side of the rock, but Shinyo has sightlines and knock a spray. That is good from FTY, but don't get too dangerous, Shinyo. Take the knock and work with it. Solok's on the other hand gets an off-angle elimination onto Kapahala with the blue zone, putting so much more pressure on Eastern Stars.
It's unlikely that Doran will get back up again, and Athe's got to be close for this nade. It's right behind him. That will take him down. 2 players down now, and it's just 1 left up remaining for Eastern Stars. Along the way, they do manage to get this res off, but not long, as FTY is able to close out a game with fantastic positioning. And you mentioned they were working on this, and it looks like they set it up perfectly at the end of the game for FTY to take a beautiful chicken dinner here on League Play Week 3, Day 1.
Good stuff, FTY EsportsKodio. Yes, the circles in the late game did go in their favor, but they had put up a good bit of work. 5 threats elimination, XTEAM elimination. They did a lot of groundwork to set themselves up for much more a controlling endgame, where they were able to hold 3-1 splits, 2-2 splits to lock down the remaining teams.
Yeah, it's a really, really good end from them, and I think they'd set it up nicely. And honestly, from what we've seen, you know, they keep getting better at closing these games down. Sure, they get the circle, but it was a case of having that proactivity to set something up that really, really causes problems for Eastern Stars as they move out. Because I think Eastern Stars had the right idea of it, trying to move out in the vehicles, but there were so many angles to keep watch of, and it was just unlikely they were going to get anything done with it. Salazar, highest damage of 527. I mean, Giants were pumping in terms of the third-party factory, but alas, they did go down.
It was a bit of a wild game, especially considering how safe that phase 1 looked, and I love how it ended. A lot of open area. I think Penta put up a good fight once again. It seems like they're continuing to build on the trend of strong aggression. Eastern Stars feel if they had have pushed Shockwave a little bit earlier, it might have been a bit more of an opening opportunity, but in the end, it wasn't to be. FTY close out the final game of the day. Let's take it to a break, then we'll be back with the desk.
Let's go FTY, a great finish out of them, and also some good points coming through as well. Really important for a lot of these teams here to get the qualification in, obviously to get into the Super Weekend for maybe the first time, or maybe to maintain a place, but also there's a lot of money on the line in the Super Weekends for teams to win. So 15,000 to go before we move into our finals. Let's take a look at the results though from this last match. Max Manclaris is going to join me in breaking this one down. And gentlemen, I'm not sure exactly what you want to touch on here, but fact is, like FTY putting up some good elims, putting up some good placement points is really imperative to their success. But even Eastern Stars finally getting, well, maybe off the bottom of the table here with their 17.
I think FTY wished this was actually Super Weekend. They would have got 2,000 bucks today. Like that, they would have been rolling in the bank. They would have been great to see. But unfortunately, not meant to be. Hopefully, they can do it in the Super Weekend. That's all I can hope for them. But yeah, Eastern Stars in particular. I think I said it earlier, right, Kalas? I think it was like 5 points before going into this game. Like they were in a very scary position. And in week 1, they only qualified by that 1 point difference, right? So a little bit scary, but you know what? 17 points. They're a lot more comfortable. They still can't afford a bad day tomorrow, but it's definitely a lot easier for them to make in Super Weekend 3.
I feel like it's been the perfect opportunity today for FTY to flex it a bit and show us some big games, right? You got some of the teams like Game Lord. I mean, not necessarily Eastern Stars, but some of those bigger teams that we expect to be kind of getting the chicken dinners on the board, kind of just, you know, blasting everything and you know, having some fun with it. So for FTY, they're up in the standings and they're like, oh yeah, we'll gladly take some big points off some big positions that we're able to find along the way. So for this one, yeah, they kind of drop in near this location. They are able to have some decent circle shifts their way based on that as well towards the end. No teams were getting over that road against FTY at the end. That was going to be rough.
All right, well, Shockwave, you can see the 10 placed points. Moved on to the second page, though. Curious to see some other teams in here. Obviously, to have Group A playing this final game. 5 threats, that's what I was looking for. 0 points. I mean, again, they were top 16, but the thing is, they need to keep showing some improvements, keep performing. You want to make it into their very first Super Weekend, and then they have to go even further beyond that and go Ultra 5 threats to be able to take on a top 16 placing overall within the Super Weekend. I mean, next team, they're fine. RESQ as well. Like, I'm not going to just call 5 threats out in particular. I mean, RESQ is all not having a strong match here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to look at the rankings to see how close it actually is and what we can expect tomorrow, right? But yeah, 5 threats, it started off, I would say, okay at the start of the day, except for that hot drop on TJB. That was just like, don't do that. That could have gone way better for them. But they did have some decent points. Still a chance for them to make it. I believe they're still close in top 16, but yeah, they need a decent day tomorrow.
I want to test you, Max. You know, you always talk about wanting to expand your horizons when it comes to being a talent. I'm going to let you be the host here. I want to hear you call for the overall standings.
Okay, so here you go. It's time now to go to the overall rankings as we end day 1 of this 3rd league play.
I was really hoping they'd leave you hanging and then just sit there for a while, not throwing them up and then see you freak out.
The fail.
I knew what graphic was coming, you know, I wasn't, so it's fine. I'm used to it, Jason, okay?
Go on.
Okay, okay, FTY taking home first place, as we said, with 2 chicken dinners, 56 points total. Yes, it's always like that anyways. But yeah, as we already said many times, if you're on this first page, you're pretty sure to be qualified for this 3rd Super Weekend, which is great to see for Team Doom.
Ask us some questions, Max.
I was reverting back to analysts. Like, what do you think, Kalaris? What do you think of this page? It's a cool page.
Yeah, very nice. Well, congratulations, obviously, FTY looking brilliant here. Giants and Penta and Team Doom. You know what? All of these teams almost. I mean, this is a really nice step up to be able to see from quite a few of these teams who were looking in the danger zone. So obviously, you know, XTEAM kind of a little bit sussy in terms of down towards the point there, but Team Doom, happy to see them here. They would have to, as we've already mentioned, they'll have to have a really big Super Weekend. Can they do it? Remains to be seen. Max.
Absolutely. I mean, it remains to be seen. Okay, I'm weirded out by how this is going. But Shockwave in particular, they were in 15th place, right? Even though they got 114 points, there's a very big chance they'll be making it. But it's just better safe than sorry. Shockwave will be making it normally to the league finals. If nothing too weird happens, they got 40 points, which is very close to the bubble. And I think the bubble normally should be hit this week. We'll have to see. But Jason, any teams that stands out to you on this top page?
Nice.
Kind of, actually. I mean, obviously, XTEAM with a nice little bounce back from not qualifying the last Super Weekend. Game Lord as well. I'm actually kind of surprised in maybe a bad way. I was expecting a little bit more eliminations out of them just because of how much pressure they're applying throughout the day. But the fact is, they're still in 7th place overall here in this first day. So, like, this team is going to make Super Weekend. And the only question for me is, how much money are they going to win this Super Weekend?
Yeah. How many chicken dinners? I mean, that's what Akashi did say, right? They're going to be aiming big for those chicken dinners. But that's it for the top page. Let's go over to the second page of the overall rankings to see how close it actually is for our 16th position. And we can see that a lot of teams are going to be towards the danger zone. 5 threats for Romanian Boys. Eastern Stars did get away from it, but Kalaris, things are getting a little bit more tight at the bottom here.
Yeah, definitely so. For Romanian Boys, gonna be wiping the sweat off their brow for a moment here. Currently in that 15th place. 5 threats, likewise, they might be able to make it to their first Super Weekend, but as I think even you mentioned before, we still need to see more from them going into that Super Weekend. They have to have a huge Super Weekend, and so far our league players haven't really resonated in that direction, it feels.
Oh, man. Oh, sorry, Max.
Vamos.
No, that's it. Go for it. You're the analyst. I'm just here to allow you to talk
Unicorns
about
of love again. How many times are we going to see them like sub top 16 in league play, and then they just show up the second day of league play and eventually get into the Super Weekend? It's getting a little bit frustrating. I mean, I know Imperium did an interview with Daddy. You can go follow him over on Instagram and check it out. But it's like, I don't know, man. They changed up their play style. Like, Alicio doesn't sound like he's the star anymore. It sounds like they're all just kind of supporting Icy. And when Icy can't show up, I feel like maybe they struggle a little bit.
Yeah, actually, I really want to see exactly how many eliminations Icy got out of all the eliminations. He's got actually 3. I thought it would be a little bit higher, but he's got 3 out of the 7 eliminations, so about almost half there for the side of Unicorns of Love. So it does seem like they're having a little bit of a rough time this first day of play for week 3, it seems. But hopefully we'll see them get back into it. I mean, they're safe when it comes to qualifying till the league finals, so it's just some extra training and potential money from those Super Weekends they might be missing out on. So a little bit unfortunate for Unicorns of Love, but hopefully they can come back, and especially Vamos are still in that tiebreaker with Romanian Boys that they definitely need to escape from here, Kalaris.
Yeah, and RESQ likewise. I mean, 8 points. They will be done if they do not get themselves some pop-offs tomorrow. It does feel like currently sat in 18th in the overall Super Weekend rankings with 55 points. And yeah, we need to see something magic from RESQ tomorrow. Otherwise, the week 1 is a thing of the past here.
What is it, the limit currently in an overall Super Weekend? I think 71 points, and if some of the teams like Vamos don't qualify, for Romanian Boys could also not make it. It is technically achievable for 5 threats and also the other team of Team Doom to make it. I mean, it's definitely an achievable average to go. Though, here we go. That's going to be it for our average overall ranking here. We're going to be able to see how things I don't know. There you go. Jason, can you take it back, please? I don't like this. It's not comfortable. Please, save me. I don't know where we're going about this, but yeah, thank you very much.
You can't. They can't. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was shaking my head because I was trying to talk earlier, and I noticed you guys, like, my mic wasn't lighting up. You guys couldn't hear me, so I actually thought my mic was broken. That's why I was shaking my head.
Oh.
Okay. Don't worry. I wasn't just throwing you into the deep end here, Max. You did a fantastic job. I'm a little bit worried you're coming from my job now next season. But yeah, I mean, we've had I actually missed a little bit of the conversation there towards the end, but the fact is, like, yeah, maybe Unicorns of Love, like, when we see them low eliminations, I feel like it's because Icy doesn't have a ton of elims, and I really don't want to bank their success off the fact of just a one player. I don't know what's going on with them, necessarily with Alicio, but I mean, the fact is they're still gonna make it into the finals anyways, right? It's not too big of a deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so Max, man, you know what time it is here. You said you came up with a way of how to drink your monster on air. Well, you know what? I want to see it.
You know what? We're talking a lot about some experiments and everything that's happening in science and everything. So I got my trusty test tubes. And this is for me a chuggable amount technically. So I'll try.
He's gonna like gag or something. I'm gonna laugh.
Almost, but no, I didn't do it. I got it. We're good.
Well, careful, Max. Don't unleash the beast here on air. I mean, luckily for us, we're at the end of the show, so we don't have to see you unleash that beast live, but make sure to check them out. Monster Energy, official energy drink provider here of PMPL West Europe. You still have 1 more to go, Max. I think you have to chug 10 monsters, if I'm not mistaken, from John and Blank before. So let's get number 2, number 3 in. Let's go.
Oh, well, okay, we're going. Okay, keep going.
And the show until you do.
This is revolutionary stuff. Get it going. Next one, number 3. We're going for it, baby. Oh, yes. What a way to finish it off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for our first day of our last week of League Play. We'll see you tomorrow at the exact same time where Max is going to find more ways to chug his monster. See you then.